Ho ho ho. Obviously, I'm ready. I'm so ready, guys. All lines are clear. What is this? Ask. Okay. Right. Alright, I need to figure out what I want to draw specifically today. I've been looking at my photos, which kind of lost track of time. Almost missed the timing here. But I have all the photos, Some of them are kind of cool, I guess. They're not very well taken photos, I feel like. They're like not necessarily very well framed, but it's got some interesting lighting. No, not because I like, you know, did anything when I took the photo, just because the place was just kind of weird, but I have a lot more. Well, I'm gonna have to look for them again. Oh, I gotta look. So right, I think a lot of these I can just kind of paint in sequence and then so on and so forth. I wonder if I can chain like a story together well enough or not, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to spend some more time just importing a bunch of photos through, I think. What in the world is this playlist doing? This playlist is a mess. Anyways, I swipe. Check. Okay, stay here. Okay, let me move some photos from my phone onto Discord and then over here. Nothing too unique necessarily, but then it's ones that I took. That means I've been there personally, and I guess it's a little bit different if you have like a memory of being and walking around there. Yeah, going to the school, Lamau. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about yet. I wonder if I don't think I ever did a show and tell with like the Hong Kong part of my, well, of any part of my trip, I suppose, but maybe we can do it tomorrow or something. Wait, can I even send this many photos at once? Discord is gonna give me shit for this again, no? Alright, no, it went. Okay. Man, I feel like I'm so shit at photos. Like, but it always feels like there's not enough area being captured. So I try to just squeeze everything in with like a 0.5 lens, the 0.5 zoom rather. All right, these guys as well. And then the ones we had already. 18? Oh shit, it's not gonna let me send this many at once, no? Like a limit of 10, right? God damn it. I'm just sitting here browsing my phone. Wow. Great content. Shit, now I forgot what I have sent or haven't sent. God damn it. Going up the mountain. Let's do the 6 now. Let's do a little bit more. Let's do these first. How about these guys here? This. Yeah, it's like a lot of nighttime stuff. Shit. This is for like takes forever. There's so much. Let me just move what I have in Discord over first. Because I was only there for like an afternoon, but I took way more photos. Possibly almost more than what I did in Japan here. I'm gonna try and capture this chronologically here. Got it. You can like literally find these places on the map and you can see the exact route that I took. Where'd it go? What? Nande? Did I dupe? Probably dupe. Okay. Did I get this already? Oh my god, I don't know which one I took and haven't took it. It's so confusing. The quality probably isn't as good as the actual photo because I'm taking the thumbnail one. Otherwise you have to open every single one and I think in the Chrome or something. Just to get the original resolution. Which would take a lot longer than this. That's why how long this has been taking. Did I get this already? Yes, I did. And then the final couple here. I think these ones came first. Yeah, these ones are first. Like this, and then this. Cool. Alright, that's all the stuff I have at this point. Let me see if I can organize them a little bit better. It's like literally right here. And this is like literally right here. And this is like a zoomed out shot, and then like another shot that's like here. Kind of. Wow. How do you do that? Stop. And then these guys here. Sure. Okay. So, long story short, I don't know if maybe I can talk about the longer story next time or something. But the whole point was that I had like a layover period in like Hong Kong for like one afternoon, one night. I landed at 3 p.m. and I had a flight next morning at 10. Or is it like at 8 or something? It's like basically that's all I've got. And I haven't really been in Hong Kong by myself for like a really long time. I have never been by myself, first of all. But also just haven't been in the country for like a really long time. So it's been quite a different vibe, I guess. Like you get more freedom, you can do whatever the hell you want, and then like plus all the art stuff that I've been looking at since the last time I've been, which is maybe like a decade ago or something. So it's quite different, right? Same thing for the Japan trip, but Japan doesn't have as much of like this sense of awe with all these not like crazy buildings. So this is the monster building. You can actually see like they kind of like really don't like people taking a bunch of crazy photos. Like there's people, this fencing here doesn't exist in the past, but people will start standing on it to take photos, right? Because it's like really cool. You have like a low angle shot with you and the backdrop being the buildings and this and that. This is like there's like I think 2 of these buildings in the sense like there's 2 of these courtyards and opening in the middle of like all these buildings. And anyways, I'll save the long story for the next time, I guess. But like I just took some photos here as well. I didn't stay here too long. I didn't have too much time to stay. Then I walked around. I wanted to find like a high area, like somewhere high, so you can take like a photo of like the entire sort of city below you. And then I only have one chance, right? Because I only have one afternoon to try it. Once it becomes nighttime, then you can't really see much anyways. So I went around, tried to climb the mountains, and I went all sorts of different paths that didn't really work. I got baited by the GPS, this and that. And then eventually I found like this sort of parking lot. There was like this hillside. There are like a lot of hillsides, but on a lot of hillsides there are a lot of these sort of buildings with their parking lot just at like the most perfect vantage points. So you can kind of go down and go down to the very edge and take a photo. And this is what I've taken. So I didn't take any panoramas, but I do have these guys. I'm just gonna put them side by side here. It's kind of a pain in the ass to see. So this here, you see like this fencing here, that's the edge of the car park that we were looking at right here. That's the very edge right there. Is that the same car even? Maybe it might be the same car. I have a video of this, but this thing doesn't ingest videos. But you have the landscape below you. You have like a path below you, directly below you. And then the rest of the landscape there. And of course the top building that's just like on the side. I guess I didn't send that photo. I should probably send a copy of that too. And then this is where the sun starts to set. And then I get off, and then you have all these really cool sort of one shots where I can just put Ria kind of standing here or something. Or like walking across or like this and that. I'll probably look for some comp ideas. But all of these photos have all these things. Like I saw this and I thought it's kind of insane. The entire parking lot, this part here, people park and like they drive across, right? It's just kind of propped up like this. And it does not instill any confidence at all for me. This is just kind of sketchy as all heck. But it's cool, I guess. It's very cool. They have a lot of these setups where, because on one side it's like a cliff face, right? But on the other side is like ground level. So you have all these secondary entrance areas to the same, I guess, compound, to the same sort of property. But on this side it's just stairs and elevators. That's it. So there's like some kind of a guardhouse, a gatehouse at the very top, and then you can take the elevator up and climb stairs out if you want. But then on the other side, it is just kind of like this side of the map, of the road, where it's just open. Sometimes you even have to go in and drive down further because the building's ground floor is actually lower than the ground floor here. So on one side you have the building's ground floor being way high up, and on the other side it's a bit lower down. It's kind of weird. The stairs, of course, like non-stop stairs that day, like that's crazy. I had to climb like a bunch of flights up and then a bunch of flights down. It's just non-stop climbing stairs. And then as the sun sets, as I get down off this hill here, you get this golden hour kind of thing. You see all those stairs? Like this is where I came down. These are, I believe, the bottom of the these steps here. Just keep going, keep going. If it's not this, it's just like a continuation. And just keep going down. And another great shot, I think, on these two sides. This one here is kind of cool. They have this weird blue and green light. It's not from my settings or anything. There's actually this kind of blue and this kind of green. Would be nice if Ria's like right here and with the backdrop of the buildings and all that. It'll make her look like she's really, really high up, right? Because if you only capture the scene here, there's only foreground and background, separated by a layer of light. And then at the very end here, as I get off, hello Uni. As I got off the mountain here, at the very end here, there's like an escalator thingy, and then like stairs and blah blah blah. There's like a McDonald's at the bottom of this, and I had my dinner there before I went to like the seaside. But anyways, I think I can do like a more in-depth thing tomorrow, maybe if you want to see the exact route that I took in like, I don't know, it's like 8 hours of Hong Kong. But yeah, Uni, I was just talking about some of the photos because I want to do like a painting that is just maybe landscape, and then just Ria walking around standing in a scene or something like that. That would be kind of interesting. But since I was physically there, I wanted to use my own photos to see to put her in there because she was physically there in some way. She was physically there actually. So I need to. So this would be the best way to deal with it. Not deal with it, but to do this, I think. Oh, I know why I didn't wait. Did I put this photo in yet? No, I did not. Okay, let me put this one single photo here. So I have a bunch of reference here and the path that I took and so on and so forth. But I'm gonna need a comp, I think. These photos are not very well comped. All I wanted to do was to capture as much information as I can, so that when I know that eventually when I come back to this, yeah, maybe just like that. When I come back to this, I have as much information as I can to recreate what I was seeing. Let's see if I can find some comps here. Today it's just basically idea generation, I think. I don't know what's the best way to look for stuff like this. It needs to be kind of art-like, I suppose. Not like photos. Because photos are inherently limited by what's actually there. Yeah. Something that isn't limited, I suppose, would be better, perhaps. Let me try and bounce myself into somewhere that is a little bit more relevant. Like these nine, like, so these are kind of nice. Kind of has that like very, it's like a lot of stuff, right? I do kind of want to draw something like this, but I don't want Ria to be somewhere where she shouldn't be. I need it to be more realistic. I need it to be a little bit more relatable. It's not very relatable. It's just standing at the edge of a building looking over. I feel like it doesn't feel very real. This one's kind of far. See, this is literally exactly where I was, right? So there's like comps like this that we can just do with the photos directly. Oh, should I paint or should I just use the photo? Oh, but the photos are not very well taken, actually. So there's a skill issue there. Who keeps posting all these landscape stuff like sideways? Like, what the? Vertically? Hello? Lower requirements. Okay. Found these artists, I think, is in my bookmarks already. It really does take some reminding. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I should probably make a new file for. Uh-oh. Wait, is this the same artist that did... Oh, interesting. They do a lot of the same prompts. The color usage and the vibes are very similar. Dang, dude. Yeah, of course. Hello, Uni. Yes. Photos. Zero ping. Active. Thank you, Uni. This one as well. This artist definitely in my list somewhere. What is that? How am I looking at it? Looks like she's getting choked for some reason. This looks like a sleeve. What? Oh yeah, let me send this. Discord. Huh. Did you not do a daily yesterday, Uni, or like the day before? I feel like you did. No, but there's no way I would have forgotten to send it in. I thought it looked like we were missing something. Oh, okay. The days are really kind of blending together. It's kind of getting hard to remember what's happened. This is kind of cool. The line art is so the balance of the lines feels a little bit because like the thin ones and the thick ones are quite different, but they're all individually very even, and there doesn't seem to be a very strong rule as to what is meant to be thick and thin. Slightly distracting. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, he's got 170k. Really is picking up. Second here, I need to get this. Okay, let's pick this. April 20th? They're putting these out, like they're putting so many of these out. 20th is like a whole month between each one. Oh, so? Did I mute this? I did, right? Interesting. StarCraft? What? Alright, I'm not familiar with StarCraft enough, I guess. But maybe this is the Diablo part. I never played Diablo either. I guess that's the StarCraft part. Right. Was that Hydralisk? Okay, I would not have guessed. Thank you, Uni. It's interesting. I'm trying to see like how they're animating it, because a lot of these tend to be just transformations, the grass from before and this and that, but they do hand draw some changes, character turning, this and that. It is the cat girl with blue hair. This one, perhaps. I think it's it's kind of a weird feeling where I feel like I'm caught in between, because like there on one hand you have like very detailedly drawn scenes, like very well designed with a lot of sort of different textures, different forms, and different ideas everywhere. A lot of colors, a lot of shadows being rendered, and this and that. But on the other hand, things are kind of static, right? The shadows don't really move. And this, I'm not saying that they, like, you know, they should have done that. It's a lot of work, right? I couldn't even finish like a simple sketch. But it feels very, it's just like this distinct sort of feeling that's coming across after evaluating everything as a whole. Because like the crazy animators, obviously they will do like very crazy movement and this and that, and the shadows maybe may move along, maybe not, maybe like very simply. But then the scenes will never get these detailed. You never get this many colors. So it's like a in-between. Also, the dedication to line art on everything. What shadows? Like, for example, I feel like well, there are ones where the character move across the screen a lot, but for the most part they kind of stay still, right? Like all these shapes are very, very still. You know, like what I mean? Like because if your legs are moving this much, there will be some. Like, I get that it's not realistic to be able to render all of that, but it's like an expectation being set up where, like, if you're rendering everything to this extent, where you're paying attention to this much detail, but then with movement and some of these being static, it feels like there's some kind of disconnect between like what I'm seeing and what I'm expecting. I think it's very unrealistic to be able to draw to that extent, like animate to that, all those details. Like maybe the movements are propagated through the body somehow onto some of the forms, and therefore some of the shapes would also change very, very slightly. That would be too ridiculous. I don't know if that, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but like it's just that everything is being drawn to this level of detail that it feels like I'm expecting something more. You know, I'm expecting, I guess, to see like tiny movements and tiny details as well, like being animated as well. But it's not reasonable by hand. It does, yeah, it does. Ooh. Interesting. Why did this one like abandon all the black line arts? Is it just because it's not anime? I guess animating with colored lines is yet another dimension that they have to make sure it's consistent across. All the lines here are completely black, right? I think. Or at least like one solid color. Oh, I see. Interesting. Because it will be the same. So I mean, but that one was terminated because of a color issue. Oh, I see. Right. Makes sense. Makes sense. I never thought too hard about what it's for, because does that change anything in particular? I just feel like it is nice. Like, how do I say this? Like, it's one of those like time-lapsey vibes, right? Where the camera is like just set up for a really long time, and then just like cutting snippets of like the character doing different things in the same space. Hello? There's just 16 versions. Wait, let me see. Does the train move then? So the train would be like a sliding. I have to be honest, I thought that was a fart. I thought that was a fart coming out. The positioning and all that, it wasn't material enough. So there's like, oh, man. Like 2 people at the door. Oh, this one is the same one. Of course, of course. I'm kind of just stuck evaluating it as is, regardless of like what it's made for or not. Just looking at this thing by itself in a vacuum. Actually, this is interesting. It's interesting how much sort of movement all these particles add, because they don't really cost a lot to make, right? Relative to making stuff in the scene move. But it makes me feel like the entire scene is animated, just because there's like particles in the front. This one is nice. Dang, dude, they must really like doing this one. That's a lot of work. Oh shit. Anyways, thank you, Yeni. I feel like today I'm just gonna probably be looking at a lot of art for a bit. Is this rendered? It's very tight, and some of the subtle colors feel like it's rendered. Anyways. Right, this is the other part, I think. Apparently these are clearly rendered. I wonder. Oh yeah, it probably is. I feel like. Right. Let's get some. I'm gonna clean up a little bit here. New Europe, please. New Europe. I'm gonna move these guys over. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot how big this board is. Dang, that took so long to send. Oh, let's save it first. 361. Save that. Then this one I can delete. Close this. New board takes over. Cleanup number 1, cleanup number 2. Colors look kind of okay, I guess. I feel like the blue isn't very right. I almost feel like it's too blue. I think maybe the hair is going a little bit too red. Maybe it kind of suggests like the lighting is maybe a little bit more red rather than white, and then as a result, I feel like the blue color should have been desaturated by the lighting. But I'm gonna delete all this. I have another copy, by the way. That's why I'm deleting it. I'm just resetting my daily file here. What is this? Junk. Keep. So board number 13. But anyways, the one from before is pretty much just done. The color is not 100% right now on it, but I feel like it's fine. It's good enough. That looks fine. I need some comps. I think I'll just dump out what's in my head first. And then maybe try and look for some more. Okay, one. Secondary. What? Oh, I must have not turned off the... Guess I didn't put it here. Oh, I shouldn't have. Tablet is truly dying. Hmm. You just gave me out of range error. I don't know what that means. What? What is over here? Really the end times right here. Iniこれ。あ、これいらないか、じゃあ。Hello, George. Hello, George. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Trying to come out with some calm with the photos I took in Hong Kong here today. Chinese word, of course. If it's stream friendly enough, of course. Yes, HK. I'm gonna be drawing a lot of squares. Whatever that it is I choose to do. A lot of frigging squares. Oh, what do you mean any what? What do you want to learn any word? Like what kind of word? You just want to learn a random word? There's no reason for learning this word? Like It's just like one of those VR chat days. Can you just teach me something? I'm like, I don't know what to teach though. Like, what's there to teach? What is interesting? What is not interesting? You know. That is really hard to decipher though, George, because Chinese has like the 4 intonations, and depending on which of the 4 intonations you're choosing for that series of words, which by the way, the second one doesn't exist. There's no XAU. Like, do you have any, like, is that a photo that you can send? Is there like a context that you can provide? Like, is there any guesses of what the word might possibly mean? It is like really hard to narrow down. Like the sheer number of words that has, like, not even words by the way, that share the same sound, not just synonyms for words, but synonyms of diagrams, right? Of 2 words together. There are so many of those as well. It's just ridiculous actually, the number of similar sounding words, but they all have different meaning. Kind of crazy how many you can get. Truly an unhinged language, of course. New word to sound cool. Oh. That is kind of hard for me because I don't use like my Chinese to talk to the younger generation. I only use it to talk to my parents. So the best thing I can provide is just a translation of something that you have seen. I can tell you, maybe try to find out more. I might not even know the context of slangs and stuff. Oh, how about this? How about this? How about this? This is a word that you can use. Let me find it real quick. Shit, I need to switch to my Chinese keyboard real quick. Okay, this is okay. You're gonna hate this. There's like so many stupid ways to do this word, dude. Holy shit! I swear to God. Dude. Like, cause so here's the thing, right? Like the thing about Chinese internet slang is that there's obviously a lot of censorship, right, in China, and in order to get away from some of these censorships, and because there are so many synonyms, people just started using random ass words that sound the same to replace certain words. Like for example, this here, this you would just say 牛逼, right? Like this, I believe, is the original one. It just means you're really goated. Like the words themselves, the first word means cow, the second word I think means force, like to force something. Let me just check. Yeah, to force something. But like together they mean something different. It just means like you're so goated, you're so awesome, you're so crazy, that's so good. 牛逼. And you can see like they replace it with the B as well. And then I don't think this is a good word. Wait, hang on, let me check. Yeah, like it's not a good word, but right, this is a good word, you know. It's not vulgar, not unless you use this vulgar version of it, but it's not vulgar, and you can use it in basically any context. If you see someone doing really crazy stuff, it's like the Japanese version of sugoi. Like sorry, it's the Chinese version of the Japanese sugoi. It just means great, like it's amazing, you know. It just means awesome. You give them a thumbs up and you say 牛逼. That's it. Or you can just say 牛 actually. You can just say the first word. You don't have to say the second. And then you will see a lot of different ways of spelling this as you see here. So it's really hard, I think, for non-natives to sometimes decipher what's happening. if they start replacing worse and worse and worse. It says here that it's a little bit rough, like a little bit less refined. But in this day and age, nobody cares, especially with the younger generation. They do not care. Isn't this like a, maybe this is a slang in one of the dialects, but to me this is just a younger generation slang. So sorry, let me send you the text. I have been wanting to send this for a while. I just kind of AFK'd here. Error, try again. It doesn't let me send this word for some reason. Oh no, it's I can send it. Oh, I sent it already. Oh sorry, I'm blind. Why did the one before fail, dude? What? Maybe my internet's unstable again. Anyways, I think this is one of those words that would be you know, great to use, and people will find it impressive that you will know something that they might not necessarily expect you to know. But it's versatile. It is not vulgar. So all in all, I think it's a great word. I think very flexible. Yes, no problem. There's another one which is more vulgar, but I let me find it as well. And of course, like how do I say this? Like, there's a difference between the transliteration of the word, right? The original meaning, the direct translation, and then versus the sort of nuance that it carries. I like this word too. I don't use any of these, by the way. I don't get a chance to use any of these. So this literally, the nuance of this is just holy shit. That's it. 我操. 我操. That's all it means, dude. I can't. What the fuck? Dude, what? Do you guys see this shit? What is this? I can move the text in here, but I cannot send it. I cannot press enter here. You see the font on this? What the hell is this? Anyways, you can search this one. But separately the words I believe just means like a wardrobe or something. Oh no, this means to go prone or to lie down. Does this mean a wardrobe then? No, it doesn't. It just means like anything that can store something that has this like this sort of shape, I guess, is what it's trying. Anyways, individually none of these things are very useful. But then you have this, right? You hear these two a lot. And of course, like then it's like you start to think about all the freaking what was the word, slurs, and like all the vulgar stuff comes out, you know. We shall skip on those, of course. Oh right, I'm listening to my own music, and the one on stream has ended. Ended. And now we're kind of listening to the same thing. You guys are listening to like the piano version. I'm listening to the original song version. Oh, I see. With the original one, I thought you might be referring to like I Laugh or something, because it has the X there. Pretty much. Happy to be of service, George. I don't know what else, what other interesting words there might be, but This is still kind of stupidly done. I mean, it's just an idea. I'm not gonna try to go crazy on it. Okay. This is the easy one. And then there's like the difficult one, which is this one, which is gonna, we have to go like super landscape over here. 21 by 9, widescreen, res proportions. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I should have done this a little bit smaller so I can start getting some more fine shades of gray in here, but I think it's fine for now. Ooh. No. This one I might have to look at my own video recording. Right. I'm trying to see the scene in my head. That's just kind of hard to see. Every single one of these scenes is turning into a panoramic fisheye thing, because that's kind of how I took the photos. I took the scene, like I took multiple shots. So if you want to squeeze everything in, it will inherently be this sort of perspective, because we're trying to contain a lot of stuff into one canvas here. Dang it. I don't know how I feel about that though. Let's take this out first. What I got? Oh yeah, it's gonna lag really bad over here. Alright, stop doing that. I already know it's gonna lag. Oh yeah, what's that thing called? Uni's sort of draw along thing that I joined. One of them I got stuck for like 20%, like it was a 5-minute sketch or something, and then I spent a minute and a half waiting for my brush to finish putting down paint, because it was just constantly, it was taking so long, and there's no way to cancel it while I was in the middle of doing it. I was gonna sit there. Oh my god. Costly mistake. Indeed. What? Oh, I need the square one. I have the square one for this reason. If we don't do fisheye, I cannot squish everything in here. Do I want to though? Is that realistic? If I do fisheye, then the perspective, General EN. Oh wait, this was oh, this morning. I see. Dang, dude, this is a pug. Wow, George, that's an interesting way to type it in chat to English. I actually know what you're talking about. That works. That definitely works. Okay, interesting. Oh my god, that's so dark. Also, hello, Dave. Ah, another glorious day. Very cool. Yeah, this is kind of yeah, I can't really squish everything unless I do fisheye, I think. I have to do fisheye and then point the perspective down, and then other buildings will have to follow a specific angle, and then we have to deal with a lot of nonsense here, I think. Thank you, Devay. Where did my stuff go? Wait, what? Alright, hold on. Dang, dude, this is all drawn. I don't know why I can smell the wood door. I can smell like the paint off of it. It smells kind of wet. What is this quality that I'm looking at? Like, there's some interesting quality to this. Maybe it's just because it's freehand. Oh. Yeah, this thing here for some reason just feels like the equivalent of sniffing glue for me. I look at this and I can smell wet paint. Is it the grime on the walls or something? Like, You know, I never thought about like if you're painting textures on the walls, because I feel like you would want to put a different color if you're using a brush to put some strokes in. What if you pick the same color but use a watercolor edge with just a little bit of dark edges? So now you just have these stains here. You don't actually have a change in color between the two. Well, there is a very minor amount here, but very kind of interesting to only introduce edges. Um, oh. Is this traditional? Wait. Everything looks a little bit darker than... It looks like a photo almost. Yeah, thank you, Duve. Interesting. Don't see this too often, I think, this kind of style. It's kind of helped by lines, but also not always helped by lines. Everything is freehand. Edges are kept clean. Within it has textures. Hand drawn a brush. Localized color variation, color jitter. Texture brush is pretty. Ooh. Yeah, it would be the easier way, right? Oh, I know what else I'm feeling. It feels a little flat in the sense that there is no overall gradient being spammed on top. Like there's like no overlay layer on top with like orange airbrush, and then you kind of make things glow. These are just painted in gradients and that's that. So I guess it's not sort of it didn't render that post-processing sort of effect with the bloom on the camera. I wonder if oh, okay, close the oops. Oh no, but Uni's one was different. That one was animation. Right now here there's glow here. The other one fell a bit flat. Not that it's bad, but it's different. Thank you, Duve. Oh yeah, this is pretty cool. And They're so young too. But yeah, thank you, Dube. Right, okay, I feel like this painting right here, right now, I think this is pretty enjoyable. Because there's like not a lot of thought going on. I'm just kind of copying photos. But even in the process itself, like it's interesting at least. It's like the scene itself kind of resonates. And it feels nice to just be a part of it without necessarily having achieved anything. Or even knowing if I could, to be honest. There's gonna be a lot of challenges with the actual rendering here. The layout, at least. Not too difficult, I suppose. What kind of feeling? So the story behind this is that it took me, like, I was in Hong Kong for like only one afternoon and one night, and I wanted to find somewhere that was really cool. I wanted to see all these buildings that I saw online, and so I went around looking for a hill to climb, right? But the problem is because Hong Kong's everything is so complicated, and there are a lot of paths that you're not allowed to take, and this and that, and like the maps were wrong. So this right here was what I finally managed to find, like a vantage point that was so nice, and you can see the city and you can see the path below and this and that. So it's like a sense of relief, it's like a sense of accomplishment, and it's like a sense of sort of having a very strict deadline and then you making it with time to spare. That's kind of the vibe when I was right here, right now, at that point in time. And I think what I want to convey isn't necessary. Like, this is kind of hard to convey, right? You have like the whole context and everything. I don't know how how do I say this? Even if I say, for example, draw a character in here that is like really worn out, really tired, and or like has signs of having exercised a lot or have a lot of spend a lot of effort to get here, it's not that relatable unless the viewer spends quite some time thinking about it, or if they have the experience themselves. So I think that's kind of hard to convey. But at the very least, I think just the tranquility of the scene, like how you are part of this really big thing with all these millions of people just like right in front of you, right? You can see signs of life right in front of you, but yet there's nothing moving. It's static, it's peaceful. It is this quiet place, but also not that quiet, if that makes sense. And yeah. But I don't know if I'm necessarily trying to convey it. Like, how do I say this? Like, if there's one thing that would maybe be conveyed, it would be this kind of feeling. But I'm not also necessarily trying to really want to convey this idea either. I just kind of want to paint the scene and relive it myself, right? Like, I don't know if it will get across to other people. But for me personally, because I was there and I took this photo, and I had Ria with me, it's just like a special moment for myself. Just kind of representative of my art. It's just mostly what I want to do for myself as well. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure if I'm trying to convey anything necessarily. Just trying to relive the moment, I guess. This building is way too big for us. It's nice to draw some squares. But this is probably not going to be the final comp. Actually, this is probably enough to set up the idea already. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the vagueness of painting, you know, like, because, man, having, like, clean edges and stuff is what, like, triggers my brain neurons, activates my brain neurons, but, like, it's so hard to do. It's so hard to do it clean. And do it well. And then if you have all these massive shapes and stuff like that, your brain just completes the picture, right? And then they're like, oh, wow, man, I can already kind of see the face. I can already see the photo, the photo in my head. And I guess I don't necessarily have to even complete this, you know. I could even leave it like this and I would get what is happening. So it feels a lot more relaxing, you know. It feels like I can stop anytime and it would be enough. It would have been enough work done, regardless. Oh, maybe this is the correct way to feel, like how I should, like the pieces that I draw should make me feel like this. Then there will be no stress, right? Because otherwise it feels like you have to go all the way to the very end in order to get something out of it. This would be more akin of just enjoying and experiencing the moment. And because there is no stress, it's also easier to, I think, perform better, I would say. It's like a middle finger. Why is it like that? Yeah. Anyways, so this will be this, and I'm just trying to explore different ideas here, based on all these photos. I don't really know what is it that I want to make yet. And my mind is constantly fisheye lensing every single one of these pieces, because I take a photo on the front, and then the left, and then the right, and then the up and the down. And now I feel like I have to put in all these information somewhere. Alright, anyways, Yeah, how would this one work? Is that not enough commitment maybe? Not dark enough. The shape is too straight. I'm so tempted to like just pull like stretch this entire thing out all the way to the side. This right here is widescreen, right? But if I just make it a little bit longer, I can do like a fish eye that goes across, and then we can have all of these details stretch in front of us. But fish eye always gives me that very unstable vibe. It doesn't feel very peaceful because of the stretching of the space and all that. If I want it to be more relaxing, I feel like having something static like this is better. But then to be able to see, say, for example, Rhea and what's behind her and her face, right? Because inherently, I want to maybe see her face. So that means we are in front of her here. But then to also see what she's seeing means that, you know, you're looking on both sides. So you kind of have to force that perspective a little bit. Hey, I'll try like a fisheye thing later, perhaps. I'll probably make this part smaller and then I pull this, because this is already stretching the entire left to right, I think. Well, not quite. I can make the canvas even longer. Because this is that square building that I want to have as a marker. Wait a second. Oh, okay. Yeah, this square building should have been here. Somehow. Yeah, maybe I should have moved the building here. And then stretch this, double this up. Anyways, let's see what we can do here. I think this is more likely what I'll go with regardless, just because the other ones are not as invested at all. Why do you paint only on the top? Come on. Oh, because I wanted to lock it to just this area, I see. Okay. And these are all kind of like value studies too. Like, what am I looking at? Like, what is brightest here? If I squint my eyes, it's like the building, actually. It's like the white part of the building. This part of the sun is setting already, you know, like it's kind of getting dark. How high should I want? Having like a perspective ruler would be so nice. I should set it up. Kinda lazy. Eyeball this. I have to be a lot more careful with my tablet now, I think, because it is truly dying. Like the connection is just so unstable now. I have like a prismatic evolution from like Pokemon. I have like I opened 3 boxes of it, by the way, in the past. Like just like earlier this year, or is it like late last year or something? I didn't get anything good. But well, I got some good cards. But yeah, like but it's the Japanese version. And I have this box that's just propping up my wire. So that it doesn't bend, like the wire's weight isn't on the connection itself, which I think is what's causing the issue. It's just too much force on the thing, and then causing the connector to kind of just slowly get warped and yeah, what do I want to do here? I don't know. I don't have the scene in my head, and also because this perspective is a bit more distorted. Yeah, okay. I think it's because my mind is trying to turn it into something else constantly here. Sorry, okay, yeah, actually this one I kind of forgot to put Ria in here, but she needs to be somewhere on Topperoni. Actually, what is this? She's over here. I'm just gonna pull this out. I don't need this one, and everybody should just lock down to this bottom layer, and then I can have Ria somewhere here. Yeah, she can be decently big in this one, right? And then pretty up close. No, she'll be leaning out. Wait, let me think. Yeah, that's why if like this railing here is like kind of going out and then coming back in and then going into like the horizon over here, perhaps. No, it looks kind of weird. Maybe like, yeah, this. But if it's like this, right, Ria will be leaning over this way, right? I'll just be seeing the back view. I'll just see this, which I don't want. I kind of want to see her face. That means inherently she's like here. It's like a warp perspective here. The shoulder will be here, I guess. Here. Far forwards. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't feel right. Feels too big, perhaps. Closing my eyes here, I'm just trying to imagine this. Hard to see. What about this though? What is she gonna do? Just stay on the other side of the road? But wouldn't it be more interesting if I can pick this out here? It'd be more interesting if she's like a shadow in the front. And then like the buildings and stuff are in the back. So you have the contrast perhaps. 一旦これを消して、これを入れて、 There is the inherent gap, I think, because the photos are clearly trying to put the background and the environment and buildings as the subject, right? But adding a character means changing that focus. So with the comms that we have here, I think just putting a character in, unless the character is like a small part of the environment. If not, it's gonna take away. It's not gonna work, I think. The comm. It will always feel kind of clashy, at least. But if it works or not, I guess it's up to you to decide whether if it's okay to just block things up and put the character in the front. But since it goes against the original idea, it feels very clashy. So I think, yeah, like I kind of have to come up with a story. I think there's potential here. I think there's potential here for like a more sort of coherent series of illustrations. Because I got off the plane at 3 p.m. and then I had until like 10 p.m. to play around. And so I can kind of, I can sort of like basically do the entire journey, right? I can be like, so I was here first, I was at this building first, and then I can maybe have Ria walk around here, take a look. Take one of those iconic photos. And I need to find my path again. I have enough photos to kind of find the path, and I'll just find the path that I took. Find more other interesting buildings and stuff in there. Either do it like in the same timeline continuously, or it could be something different. The same one should make better sense, I think. What's the secondary? I see. Yeah, it's a technicality. Oh. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. Which makes this a little bit harder to do. Oh, no, wait. Technically, okay. Okay. So that clears that criteria there. That clears the requirement. Interesting. Well, no, technically still not. Okay, anyway, sorry, I'm going through my own nonsense here. I'm trying to imagine like how this will work, right? Because I can just use Ria and only draw Ria in these scenes. But if it's technically going through that sort of same journey and all that, I will have to put my own character in here. That's a pain in the ass. And then because technically my third character is also present, then technically it's 3 people. Now there's more complexity coming into this. But I think it's okay, because the requirements would not be that high, right? Like, so a lot of times I think drawing characters is kind of hard. But if you only draw characters, you have to figure out all the shapes on the clothing and all that to make things look visually interesting enough. We have like bajillion shapes in any of these photos. So as long as we draw the scene itself, there should be way more than enough detail to capture visual interest, and I don't have to render the characters that well. They just have to, the body language just has to suggest like enough about the personality and what they're doing at that moment in time, and their roles in the individual pieces and the narratives. That would be enough. And once I have that, it's just about finding the places that was interesting in this journey and figuring out narrative for each character. Then we have like the entire thing. And because we're going across, like, we have multiple different pieces planned at one go, it's a lot easier to come up with something more interesting and a little bit more different for each character's posing each time. Otherwise, we will all just be standing there. And this will help flesh out the character as well. So this will be interesting. This will be very interesting. It's kind of like the other storytelling that I want to tell with like being inspired, this and that, but this time around is more grounded in an actual journey, and it would be more representative, I think, of what I would want to do in the future if I ever go back to Japan and stuff like that. So I need to try and figure this out. But this part then is kind of tricky, because if I want to make it meaningful, it has to be technically correct, and that means I have to make it accurate to the exact path I took. Which means I need to know what path I took. And for the most part, for the most part, I kind of remember. Alright, so today is a yap session then, because I need to figure this out before I can even do anything. I need to know what all the... I need to know the path. Then I need to know where on this path each photo was taken. Then I need to figure out which ones are interesting enough that I want to draw. Then I can figure out, I try to remember what happened at that point in time. Then I can figure out what each character's narrative is, and then we can chain the whole thing together and make it coherent. And then that's how we're gonna do this, I think. So this north point here, by the way, so what happens is, well, I mean, I try not to, I guess, the other ones. This one is gonna be a dedicated talking nonsense stream, I think. The other ones are meant not to be, for what it's worth. Where is Hong Kong Airport, by the way? I could just search, it's like a search bar right there, but I refuse. Oh, it's like here somewhere, no? Yeah, it's right here. So you get off the plane here, and then you take the train down into the city, right? So so I got off the plane at 3, and then I stayed at the Regal Airport Hotel for one night, right? It's just one night, because it was just a layover that's like 8 hours. Like I landed at 3 p.m. I have to get on a plane next morning, so I will put down my luggage and stuff, and then I will go out. So that's like I believe a train that kind of goes and then like do. It brings you all the way to where? I think somewhere here, possibly. Anyways, it brings you somewhere here. It doesn't matter where it was. I can figure out the exact path some other time, but it brings me somewhere here. And then at this point here, I already know I wanted to check out the monster building, which is what's in the reference, right? Very famous set of buildings. There's basically dystopian for like anyone that is there, but basically, I mean, the entire Hong Kong is kind of dystopian. But for everyone else, it's like the coolest shit ever. So I got off, and then I figured out that it's somewhere here in North Point, right? So I'll take the metro, I'll get over here. I got off at North Point here. And let me see where the monster building is. It's like right here. Oh, sorry, I didn't get off at North Point. I probably got off a little bit later then. I don't know. Maybe I got off here? Did I get off here? It looks kind of familiar. Let me see if I recognize it. I don't recognize shit. I might have gotten off here then, if that's the case. Okay, I recognize shit, dude. I don't recognize any of these, but it's okay. I know I got off somewhere here, one of these stops, and then I walked over here. Where'd it go? Shit. Oh my, this place is insane, dude. Oh my god. I'm getting rage baited by my mouse. Why is it just going back and forth? Okay, so it's right here is where it is. There's like 2 of these openings, like 2 of these sort of courtyards. I went to one of them, and then I checked out the area around this. I walked a little bit up here, I think. I think I walked a little bit up here. Yeah, I was looking at these buildings here, and these buildings are also kind of insane. I mean, all the buildings are insane, but these are really new. So they're like really white and like really clean and looking compared to like just down the street where it's like complete chaos. Is it this way? Am I going up the hill? I'm still going up the hill. I'm going the wrong way. Anyways, after this, what I decided was I wanted to get up on this hill somehow, right? And I wanted to get up here because I wanted to get a view of these this area here, which is what I was sketching before. Here. So I decided to just try and walk around here, and I looked on the map, and this place doesn't look very hospitable. It's all green and stuff. So I decided that this would be my best bet right here, right? But I didn't want to just take the train over, so what I did is I walked this entire path. I just walked along this entire path, and every time I can dip towards the hillside, I would try my best to. So all these corners, I try to turn in, and I try to just like stick as close as possible. So if there's a way up, I actually remember being here, I think. I remember this McDonald's sign. Do I remember this McDonald's sign? Maybe I'm hallucinating again. But I'll just go along. And then at some point, I saw on the map that it's possible to start going up. I forgot exactly where the entry point was. God damn, dude. Is it this mountain? Is it this one, or is it like the one here? Oh, it might be this one here, actually. I remember there were like 3 schools at the top of the hill. And it's just absolutely insane that they have to climb it every day. But of course, I guess they can take buses and stuff. Did I write a journal when I was up here? I can't remember if I wrote a journal for this or not. I have a lot more photos. I can always find that path, I'm sure. Oh, actually, I was right here. Wait, no, I was right here. Oh, I swear to God, I was right here. So, ah, fuck, where am I now? God damn it. Where'd it go? Okay, so this is entry point. Wherever the hell that was. Where was that? Like one of these paths, right? So I was on King's Road, probably. And then as I come in here, I tried to find ways to go up, right? And then I went up here. I actually went up like a lot of all these other paths, right? You might ask like why I didn't go up earlier. I did. But none of these paths worked properly. Some of them might have, but then I would end up on roads that I thought would be kind of boring. So I stayed, and I skipped some of these. But otherwise, I actually did try to go up some of these other paths. And I have photos of me going up wrong paths and then like getting stuck. And then it doesn't let me, I was asking the locals how I can get up higher or something like that. And they're like, yeah, no, you can't go through that because it's literally just someone else's, condominium, like those kind of fenced off community kind of buildings, and then there is no way that you can am I going? I'm going the wrong way here. Oh, I remember this. Actually, I have a photo of this right here. You see like how there's like a stupid ass ladder right there? I have a photo of that right here. Shit, where is it? This one right here, look at that. This is that same building right here. I was walking through this path and I was trying to go up on the mountain. But then this path was like, what the? Is there a path here? Because on the map you can see this path here. But then and I ended up taking this tiny path on the side. Because this is the dead end here. But it wasn't a complete dead end. You see this gate here? This gate leads to like a flight of stairs that goes up 5 stories, and it brings you to this park up here. And this park by itself is also a kind of a dead end. There's no photos here, I guess. But you can get pretty high up. Okay, this is like in the middle of nowhere. What the hell is that? But all these, amongst these buildings, there is a park in here. You just have to trust me on this one. But there is a park in here, where if you go up those flight of stairs, you can then access it. And it was kind of sketchy, because if you look at the gate over here, right? Yeah, there's notice on it, but this thing locks every day at like 4 or 5 or 6 p.m. So I was like, yeah, you know, it's getting kind of late. If I go up and I can't get back down, I will have to climb off this part here and jump off. The cover part is good. Oh, okay. Interesting. Anyways, there was nothing really up there worth mentioning. I think it's okay. But thank you, Duvet. Thank you for the suggestion, for sure. If we run into some other issues later, for sure. So yeah, eventually I found a spot here at the bottom of the hill here, where if you keep walking. So I saw people going into like I saw a lot of these things where people kind of just go into areas like this, and then there's like an elevator in there. But I figured they're all like residential and stuff, so I didn't trespass in. Can you get me in here? Is it this? Oh no, it's this thing right beside. Like, so you see this nonsense here? That is the set of stairs and escalator that brings you up to the top. My screen's black. And then on the top, I remember this path. The reason being because I was below. I didn't want to get on this path. I thought that maybe I can walk up this way. And then when I was walking up below, I realized it was a dead end. It was just a parking lot. And then I looked up and I saw this path. So I went backwards just to get on this path. And I remember this path because there's this stupid tree in the middle of the entire road. And then the stuff below, of course. And then you just keep going up the stairs. So this entire path I took. I don't have photos. I have one photo right here, I think, of this building here. But you will go up here. So you'll end up here, right? And I have to try and get up the other way. I wanted to get up as high as I could. So I figured that it would be somewhere here or something. I forgot where I go up next. I think maybe this one? I vaguely remember this. Do I remember this? So I think like if I want to draw... Oh, I remember this. Sorry, I spawned up here. I spawned over here instead. So you're saying how like Apple Maps sometimes have coverage. Apple Maps was trying to trick me into climbing here, by the way. You see like this storm drain thing? On Apple Maps, this was like represented as a set of stairs. Like it was represented as a road. I think it's like somewhere here. How did I end up here though, if I came out that side? Is it here? Oh yeah, I came out here. Right? So this path from before splits, and I came out here. And then on Apple Maps, there was like a path right here. That's why I came this way, because I thought I could just keep going up. And then I saw that it was just that one nonsense. So I saw this, and I started walking this way. But this one, you can, this part is kind of sketchy. You see how, like, this other side of the road ends? Because I was trying to climb that up, climb up that part. So I was on the other side of the road. The thing just ended. And I had to cross this really sketchy part with a giant bus coming at me, coming at me, right in my face. And then I saw people playing basketball here, and then I saw this set of stairs, and I continued going up. Yeah, and then we keep going up and up and up. So I need to draw some stuff here. For sure. Do I remember this? Was this going up or going down? Oh, this was oh, I see. I was on this path here. There's like a middle school or something, and then there's like a university here as well. Oh, I remember this too. This is like kind of trippy too. You have like buildings that are just like inside the ground. There's this university that I definitely did not enter. There's another university here. And I think I just kept walking. I don't remember this. Maybe I didn't get here. Oh, this looks pretty nice. So what I have to do, I guess, is to figure out all these places here. Oh no, this was the dead end, right? I went in. I definitely did not check out the university, and then I came back down. And I believe somewhere here there's like the Hong Kong's highest a 7-Eleven. And then over here there's like a Catholic school or something. And students were running around here. They were like doing some kind of exercise, and I was talking to one of the teachers. I was like, "Hey, can I go any higher?" She's like, "Yeah, you can go up this way." I'm like, "Go where?" But like under here, by the way, like down here, there's this path that supposedly brings you to like this vantage point in the middle of the mountain. Well, I guess they call it a hill. Well, it doesn't look like this. This is a drone, but somewhere here, there's like this vantage point here. Yeah, like there's this rock that you're supposedly able to get to, but I didn't bother trying because the sun was already going down. And I didn't want to get stuck in the middle of nowhere. So I decided, at this point I kind of gave up. Because I thought I didn't make it. I wouldn't make it because the sun was already going down. By the time it gets dark, you can't see shit anymore. And I know I have to be off this hill before the sun goes down. So I started getting off. And I think it's along here. Yeah, somewhere along here where I found this residential building that I also definitely did not trespass into to get a good shot. I think it's this one specifically. This one. Actually, it's interesting. You see how like it's January 2024? This is pretty much when I was there. This is the exact time I was there. Because I think I was there January 9th or something. So this was actually taken exactly when I was there. It's kind of insane. And then if you look up this way, you see like these buildings here, this orange and white, this tiling. That was the university that I definitely did not trespass and take a gander. I actually have a photo here. No, I don't have a photo here. I didn't bring it in here, but anyways. There was a view from there down here on this two building, and then looking at this building here. And then this parking lot right here, you see this right here? Yo, no shot is like the exact same photo I have, dude. Even the car is the same. Where is it? No shot, dude. This is the same fucking day? So unless they park the same fucking place every single day, dude. What? The Google car was there the same day? Is this not the exact same thing? Look at that. The only difference is that the light is on in mine. So they're earlier by like a couple of minutes. What? Yo, this is fucking insane, dude. What? If people have like laundry out, like we can like freaking confirm this 100%, dude. That would be so insane, dude. You can even see the scaffolding in mine, by the way. Because it's the exact same scaffolding. What? Yo, I've never been this... what? This is kinda insane, dude. How? Yeah, it is Jan 2024. Yeah, I was saying I was there January 8th, 2024. That was when I was there. January 8th or 10th or something. I can't remember exactly which day. But the cars are parked exactly the same, dude. No! The cars are not parked exactly the same. It's not the same day. This black car, this is backed in right now. Mine's front in. Okay, so the residents must be assigned specific spots, and then they're just always parked at the same spots, just possibly in a different... Okay. Dang, dude, that's... oh my god, it's so close, though. But this is... wow, this is... okay, this is so close. This is the closest I've ever been to a Google car, by the way. I've never seen one in real life. I hope one day I get captured. Wouldn't it be cool if I have like a RIA, like some kind of RIA like physical representation, and it just gets captured on Google and it's just always there? Dang, dude, Google will help me with my dreams here. But yeah, anyways, this parking lot is where I saw this. At this point, the sun is setting and I have to get off the mountain, so I just decided to follow the road. And I realized how many more of these parking lots there are. Every single one of these is basically the same. And hello, Rez. I'm going through my Hong Kong photos because I've decided that the next journey for art is going to be basically drawing a lot of these places that I've been with Ria physically. And I'm going to put her in these scenes, and then possibly my own character as well, and then we can go relive the memory. Relive the memory? Live. This is right here. So this is this photo right here. This specific thing. They have like a just an elevator thing that brings you up, or you can climb stairs if you really like stairs. I'm sure they really like stairs in Hong Kong. That's clearly why they built everything so high up on the mountains, right? But wait, is this meant for cars to go in? No. It's just okay. I thought like the car somehow has like an elevator too or something. And I just keep going down, right? There's no way but down. Just keep going down. And then there's this court over here, which if you look at this photo that I took from higher up, you can kind of see it. I think it's like one of these. Actually, no, maybe it's not this one. I think that was more of a park. Oh, I would like to paint the backgrounds, I think. I would like to paint it. Because painting... I hate rendering. But if there's enough shapes like these photos here, then it's not really a concern, right? Because the problem with rendering is that you have to, like painting an empty wall, you have to find textures, you have to find shapes in this emptiness. And it requires a lot of understanding of what's happening with the form at that level. But if you are just drawing windows, I understand windows, they're squares in perspective, so I can do that. That's fine. All I'm doing is copying photos anyways. And we get to have a little bit more control over the specific sort of color and lighting. So I would like to, so what I'm trying to do now is I want to really sort of go through this path that I took, right? The 8 hours that I spent in Hong Kong. And what I need to do is figure out what the interesting points of this journey are, like what the visually interesting points of this journey are, what the storytelling interesting points of this journey is, where I went on all the wrong areas and all the wrong paths as I tried to race against time to get out on the mountain. Those are the two things, and then I need to figure out how Ria and myself fits into all of this, right? And of course in real life, like she was physically there to some extent. By the way, I took the stairs down. I think these stairs are like one of these photos here when the sun was setting. Like maybe one of these, maybe like this one. But like physically, like at that point in time, she was just there. Like I was by myself, right? That's all I was saying. It's not like we're conversing or anything. But we can create like a narrative around the whole thing. And then from there, I can decide on like what kind of colors to use and what the colors might represent and this and that. Oh, is it this? This might be the photo that we're looking at right now. Because it's got the dots over here. It's got the railing, the metal railing. It's got the tight side wall here. Seems to have that sort of staircase thing going down maybe. And then we just keep going down here. Oh, maybe it's this one. I don't know. They all look the same. Yeah, like, oh, this photo right here with this interesting building is like, I have it right here. Look at that. Sunset and all. And then as we keep going down the mountain here keeps going down. And then at some point, actually, I don't know where it went. Maybe this way? Anyways, it's a lot very convoluted. I think I probably went down this way. And then there's a McDonald's here somewhere, right by this Fortress Hill thing, I think. Yeah, you see this water station looking thing? That's what this is. This funny looking lighting over here. I don't know why they have this blue and green lighting behind the scenes. They really want to be a dystopia or something, but over here you have these elevators and stairs. That's what this part is. If you go down here, you can see the exact same thing. Down here, the path on this side. These buildings here are also pretty cool. Okay, Mia, like, we had the whole conversation about like how apartments look boring and not boring. To me, like all this stupid as like square buildings are like so interesting. And then I came down here, and then I think there's a McDonald's here. Yeah, there's a McDonald's here. I ate dinner here, but now it's like completely dark. And then what I did was I got on the train, and then I went to the second part that I wanted to check out, which is by the river. So by the water here. So if you see over here, there's this thing called the Avenue of Stars. And stars being, you know, like celebrities, not actual physical stars. So I got out the train somewhere here. Got off the train somewhere here. Yeah, right here. And you're just in the middle of like the city and all that. And then I just walked down. And then as I approached the water, like there was like a guy here taking photo in the middle of the street or something. And like right here. In this island here, I think he was taking photos or something. It was really crowded. It was nighttime. There's this weird art museum looking thing, which I didn't get to check out because it's closed. But there are some art installations outside. And it was kind of bright. There's like some blue lights, purple lights, and all kinds of random light. And then I went by the river. At this point, I have no plans anymore, right? Before, I was trying to figure out how to get up high so I can get a nice view. At this point, I'm just like, it's just dark. I'm just walking. And then I was like here. And this place was like even more crowded than this. And then you can get on the bridge. This part is so windy, by the way. If you have hats, it's definitely flying. But you have this Avenue of Stars, and what happens is that it's basically the same as the Hollywood stars, but instead of being on the ground, it's on the railing here, and you have like different celebrities and their names. You see a lot of boats. You see a lot of lights going into the sky. A lot of searchlights, like lasers and stuff going up. And then I walked over here, and this is like the other thing that's really, really cool. And I have photos that I didn't bring into the PRF here. But over here, there's this most insane building slash hotel slash shopping mall that I've ever seen. It's called Musea or something, M-U-S-E-A. And if you're ever in Hong Kong, I highly recommend checking this out because the interior is absolutely insane. It's just like very extravagant. There's a lot of crazy motifs and like art installations in there. I don't know if there are photos. There should be photos in there for us. And then this up here is a hotel. You see these green areas? I think one of them is also like a park. And the park was playing this really nice music that I tried my best to record so I can try to figure out what it is in the future, but I don't know how. It's not very good. Why is this photo tilted? I do not know. This is not very good, but oh my god, where the hell am I? But maybe there are like better photos somewhere. I hope. But the interior was very cool. It's very modern. But it's also got like a lot of these exposed things. But these are not really that unique, I suppose. It's just some of the other facade elements. There are like these curved lights that goes across a lot of different things on the ceiling. Every floor was designed slightly differently as well of this mall. And then at the very top there are like some crazy art installations. Anyways, this thing is great. And then after this, I think I just kind of walked around the area here. I think I was in this park for a bit. This park was kind of weird. I am kind of lost. I'm not actually... Was I in this park? Was I in this park? I don't know. I was like here somewhere. Maybe it's like the playground here instead. Maybe it's this. Oh my god, dude. Swear to god. Oh no, I was here. I was here. I just walked through it. I got out. And then I was trying to walk back to the station by now because it was pretty dark. And I was trying to get back to my hotel. I went down the stairs here, I think. And then looks like there's a station here. What is this? Oh, yeah, I got in here. I think I got in here. I mean, I can still see the scene. Like, I can still see the scene in my head. Hello, the virus. Like, this part of my life, this single afternoon and evening of my entire life has been, like, the most liberating and most free 8 hours I've ever had. Because, like, in Japan, right, even though I was there for, like, 2 months by myself, I didn't do too much. I didn't walk around too much. There wasn't too much to see, really, because, like, the Japan kind of metropolis versus, like, the Hong Kong kind of vibe is quite different. Tokyo was just very big buildings, but they're all, like, too commercial, you know? Like, it's not, like, residential, like... I don't know how to say it. Maybe it's just too flat. Maybe it's too flat. I don't get, like, a high vantage point. Japan is just kind of flat, like this. But like Hong Kong, you get this sense of adventure because you're going up on hills, you're going all these windy roads, you have no idea where they lead at all because it's not a grid. And you have places that you want to get to and you have a time limit. I had a time limit of like before sunset. And then it was just kind of insane because I had to find my own way up this hill. There was a lot of dead ends and eventually I found something that was pretty nice. And for you guys who came in later, um basically right here I was saying how insane it was because you see this set of buildings here, and they're under construction and stuff like that. And if you look at the bottom, it says January 2024 is when the photo was taken. I was there January 2024. I was there January 10th. And if you go over here, you can see how like over here, there's like these cars over here. If you look at my version of this exact photo, you have the exact same cars in the exact same layout right here. And I thought that the car might have been there on this very same day, just like a couple hours earlier. But I realized that this black car by this building here, this part of the building here is parked differently, right? One is backed in, one is front in. So it's probably just the residents being assigned the same lots and they just park, you know, in the same places and people prefer parking the same way so it looks like it's the same thing. Except for that one car. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's basically the exact same place with the exact same view and all. If they were like laundry or something, then I can like 100% confirm if it was like the same day or not, right? But I don't see any. Otherwise, it's pretty fun. Yeah, there's like nothing here. Nothing else that I can pin this down on. None of this building in the back. The fidelity is not very good, not very high here. But yes, I think the next series of art pieces would be just this journey in Hong Kong. This 8 hours, I drove a Google car. Yeah, no, I was the guy who was like with the backpack, and I was like tracking all over the place. Okay, so I need to figure out what to do, like with this. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. So step one, retrace steps. Step two, highlight interesting scenes and events. That'll be number two. And then figure out uh so technically it was like it's just myself, right? But Ria is there represented, and also my third character was represented. And then choose art related stuff. So Q1 is really soft regardless. So the purpose for these would be to retrace steps. So this is Q2, and this is leading up to Q3, which is just this. This will be the sequencing here. So now I need a list of areas that I've been and also the interesting things. So I just need the path first. How do I do this? What is the best way to do this? Because it's kind of a bit of a mess here. My journey technically started here, but I don't know if I want to go that far back. It is always sort of nice. Like for me, I like to be complete, right? I like to be very comprehensive. So if I can document from the moment I left the hotel, which is this, by the way. No, not that one. Not the Marriott one. I think it's like a cheaper one on the side, the Regal Hotel. Um, what? Do they not have photos and stuff? What? The sidebar doesn't come out? This thing here. Do they have photos? It was a really weird room, by the way. It was a huge room. I don't know if it was off season or what, but like I got like a huge ass room. The toilet was huge. The toilet is literally bigger than my room right now, and it was only one toilet. So I don't know why it was that big. It was like a very weird room, but kind of old. Do they have photos here? Yeah, it was kind of like this. Oh yeah, it's pretty much like this. I had three beds. I only have one night, by the way, so it's not like I can sleep on all three beds. I felt like the toilet was bigger than this. Maybe it was just this big, but it was pretty big. And yeah, and then the room. Yeah, it is pretty representative, I think. They had like 1,000 rooms or something. It's like a lot of rooms. They have two wings of like the buildings and stuff like that. Sorry, long tangent. But I think my journey should probably start here, I think. Where I got off the train, and then checking out the monster building, walking across, trying to figure out my way up this path, and all the wrong paths that I took around here. And then up here, and then getting off, and then taking the train again over to this part, and then getting off, walking here, and then going back in, and then taking the train back. But that wouldn't be very relevant at that point. I just realized I didn't even check out any of this. How interesting is it over here? I guess it's about the same. Once you see one, you kind of seen all. Oh, but actually, no, wait, no. This is like a different map, right? This is a different course. Wow, okay, next time I can try doing this instead. Next time in Hong Kong, I'll come climb these hills instead. I'll try to figure out how to get how to get up before the sun sets again. That'd be kind of interesting. What the hell is this? Oh, it's like the maintenance for like one air conditioning. Does it have to be here? Why is it up there? Anyways, crazy place though, Hong Kong. Very crazy. Also, by the way, I think like logically you would think if you get to the highest part of the hill, you would get the best views. Most of the times it's not the case because the foliage is so dense. So what? How am I down here, dude? Someone posted a photo in the wrong spot. I thought I'm up here. Yeah, most of the time it's like this, right? You don't really see anything even if you go to the highest place. What you want to look for is like all these buildings that are by the side of the hill because those have parking lots that have really good views. Yeah, these ones are not very good, I guess. Yeah, okay, it's kind of hard to find. Yeah, so there is a bit of a challenge. But anyways, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a screenshot here of like the first leg, and then the second leg, right? Yeah, this should be enough here. This should be enough. So I will just kind of document this real quick. This is a new layer, right? So it doesn't matter. Um, I'll keep the map on a separate layer, and then I'm gonna draw on top. So we are starting here. I think I got up here. I'm not 100% sure. I have to double check. But then I enter into here, and then I went up, and then I went back down, and then I went around the entire area here. And then somewhere in here is a bit fuzzy because I went up multiple paths. Sorry, where was the path that I went up actually finally? I think it was like here. It was this. And then the ending point is here, right? And then this square here, I think I'm going to use another screenshot here because it's a bit more detailed that way. And then we are down here. This is the entry and to exit. So and this was about like 4 p.m. maybe 4 or 5 p.m. to like 6 or 7. Oh, 6, 7. So over here, where is it? Oh no, over here. So this is the entry here into this region here. And then that's exit over there. I'm gonna try and trigger the... Oh, shit, it's moving the thing. Keep pressing the wrong buttons. Okay, so let's see, we grab. One, two, three. Lock it. Control. So this entry into here, there was a wrong path here that we didn't take. And I believe the stairs that we took was like this part here. And then there's like more stuff up top specifically. And then, oh shit, this is actually more limited than I thought it was. Because we were... Oh man. Where was I actually? Where was I? Stuck. Stuck, 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 stuck. God. I need this map instead, I think. So entry, exit, right? So wrong path, go up. Over here, wrong path, go up. I think at this point, I forgot if I turned down. This way, I think I just kept going up first. And then at some point, I double back down. No, let me check if it's this path actually. I think I might have taken a different path down. Because I remember there was like a place where I talked to this white guy. I was like asking him, because there's a lot of foreigners here actually. There are a lot of foreigners here and they were like working as like teachers. And like I talked to a female teacher, I talked to a male teacher. I was asking them, hey, do you know like a good vantage point up here? Because I don't have a lot of time left. Before the sun goes down, this and that, and then like I think they gave some suggestions, but they were like all very hikey into the jungle and stuff. I didn't want to do it, so let me check. I actually recorded myself talking to the guy, I think. Hey, where's my path? Somewhere here there's a set of stairs, no? Oh, it's just that maybe that thing. So in that case, I think I went up all the way, right? I definitely went up all the way to this area here. And they were recommending me go this way, but I didn't go. And over here, there were like schools and stuff. I tried to check this place out, but I came back and I talked to the female teacher here. And then I went over here. I may or may not have checked out the university over here. Then we doubled back and went down the stairs. And then at this point, I went across because I saw that there was like the parking lot over there. And this was the other place. And then we turned. Let me just double check here. I was here. Right, yeah, I was... Was I here? Right, yeah, I was here. So it was higher up, actually, than the place. Oh yeah, much higher up, actually. It was right here. Wait, if it's there, that means I didn't go that far, no? Oh, that means I didn't go this way. That means I went all the way back up. Wasn't there a set of stairs that I took? What? Okay, yeah, I guess I didn't. I guess I must have turned this way. Yeah, I recognize this. So I guess I turned this way then. I went back out and I went this way. This here was our place here. And then we turned all the way here. Somewhere here there's a set of stairs. Possibly these ones. Yeah, probably these ones. No, but I probably took the stairs here already, right? Did I? Dang, I don't remember. I might have more photos. I think I didn't though. I remember this nonsense on the walls. Somewhere along here I got trapped behind like a group of like maybe high school kids or something. And it was really awkward because they were just heading home. Right? So they were walking at a constant pace down the mountain. And I am trying to sort of race against time, so I'm walking fast. So I'll walk past them, and I'll see like an interesting building, and I will stop and take photo. They'll walk past me, and then it would just keep repeating itself over and over and over. It's really awkward. I think I took this path down. Yeah, this was where I got stuck behind the boys. I remember the like the barbed wire over here. Was that like sea wire? And I think I went down here. Yeah, I went in here. None of these places really look that walkable sometimes. Like, you just kind of go. So I think wait. Which path is this? How do you get down there, bro? What the hell? Did I take the stairs here? I recognize this place too. Oh, I see. I went down there. So that means I probably did this. And then I went here, and then McDonald's here. Yeah, the stairs here. The green stairs. Yeah, okay. That's interesting. So that is the first leg of the journey into exit. And then the second leg will be just... Second leg is pretty straightforward. It was mostly interior stuff. Alright, fixing music, as always. A lot of fixing. If we can plan like maybe like a series of 10 pictures out of these, it would be great. I wonder how long this is gonna take to paint them. I mean, I find out once I start, but I can make this a bit bigger. Is this gonna make it worse? Yeah, it's a bit too messy, I think. Yeah, Hong Kong is poggers, man. The only time I felt more second most free is in Taiwan actually. I have a entirely different path, but that was like a long time ago, and that was in the middle of the jungle. So those ones are a little bit harder to remember. I have photos though, and I did go through that path before and wrote down all the stories of stuff that happened. I don't know. I think there's a bridge here somewhere. Oh, that's like a Bruce Lee sector. Right? I kind of went... Oh, actually, that reminds me. That reminded me of why I'm here, actually. And I think I entered this. Either this or I went all the way back. I'm not sure which one. But, wait, K11 Artmore? What? What? There's K11 Muse here. Wait. Oh, okay, sorry. So many things are coming to mind. I want to check this out. Because if their stupid mall down here is so insane, this must be like some crazy-ass museum then. What is this? Art mall. What? What the fuck? Okay. That's kind of insane. Like the... What's the word? Exorbitant? Okay, this is not quite the same, but like some of these like places are kind of insane. Like the interior design, every floor is different. There's like a theme that is like on every floor, and then there's like a lot of art everywhere. There's like sculptures, and there's like it's like crazy exorbitant. Yeah, like exuberance. Like there's like a couple of words, man, that comes to mind. Like this is just like very luxurious, very. I wouldn't say frivolous perhaps, but like it is very a lot of money. Oh yeah, I was here as well. Look at me, this is me. But like, if you come here at night, by the way, it's kind of insane. You go to the other side by the water. Is that the water? No, this is the water. Wait, what is that side? That's also water. Anyways, go to the side with the water, and you can see a lot of lights and lasers and all over the thing, like all kinds of different things. Yeah, the real me, dude. Truly deserve my Unk status. What the hell is this? Anyway, yeah, like the mall, like the inside of the mall looks like this, and every floor is different. This is like the first floor or something. This feels like the first floor. But yeah, I mean, this is highly recommend. Very artsy. Very. It's just like you know, compared to like the flat, boring ass malls of like the West. It's insane. I've heard that in Indonesia you have like crazy malls as well. Maybe Malaysia, Indonesia, like some other Southeast Asian countries, they will have like crazy ass malls. Definitely worth checking out, I think, one day. And this place also looks like it will be very aesthetic with all the piers and stuff, but I don't think this is very accessible to just being people walking. Oh, wait. Okay, it's better than I thought. But it's also less exotic than I thought as well. I don't know why I'm imagining like 10-story high pillars with like giant ass docks and like giant ships and all that. Oh, what's going on here? Which way is the water? This way is the water. Oh, it doesn't let me go. What's all the paths here, bro? Then if I can't go. Oh. Oh my god, I'm tripping, dude. Maybe this is what I want to do it for. Maybe this is what I want to draw. This is kind of exciting. Even though I haven't done anything yet. Now that we can paint, and now that we have a reference, and we have some idea of how to come up with the, like, link everything together. This feels like it's moving graphs, you know, like you can kind of actually get some stuff done. Anyways, this is the step retracement. Secondary would be highlight interesting points here. This one's kind of hard, a little bit harder, because I really have to be in the moment. I have to recount every single thing that I've done and every single thing that I've felt along the way. It's a good thing that is like basically the most impactful, like not necessarily impactful, but emotionally strong moment of my life, pretty much, that couple hours. So I can remember a lot of things. I can remember walking up the paths. I can remember seeing people going up staircases and finding out it's a dead end. Looking at the ground and thinking that it's kind of crazy, like there's a lot of broken glass and everything. Oh yeah, like even just like this region here, I can recount like so many scenes. How do I decide then? The best way would have to be like I have to write down everything, and then decide what's more significant in the journey and what isn't. Because there isn't necessarily a theme to the whole series other than to retrace the steps. It's not like I only want to pick up like the places that are super aesthetic or like super free or something. I want to capture the whole range of emotions, right? But that is also a requirement by itself. So if things are repetitive, then I can skip it. So we need to basically maybe think from like a emotion point of view, like think of all the different types of human emotions, or at least the ones that I experienced throughout the journey, and find the most defining moment and representative of each. And that would be maybe the best and the minimal set that we have to draw. Anything else would be additional. By going off like that is still kind of hard. You still have to figure out exactly what was seen and all these different places first. But I guess there's only like one way to do this. So I'm just gonna mark everything out. Let's use a different color or something. I'm just gonna use black. Was there anything interesting on this path? I think I saw... There's like an interesting bridge, but it's just a, you know, by their standards, a pretty normal bridge. It's not that interesting. I think somewhere here I went up, and then there was like a park. Okay, yeah, it's like the way I'm saying it, it sounds so boring. Like, it's just another park, you know, like there's like 10 bajillion parks here. Yeah, it's right here. Oh, okay, yeah. This is the other thing I went in, actually. I kind of forgot about this. I may or may not have entered these gates. No comment. But this was a fun place to check out. But no comment, though. Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. I think I went up here, then. Yeah, I went up here. I remember these set of stairs. And also the McDonald's. I was like, I wanted to eat McDonald's. But that means that I have a separate... Where am I? So right here. So entry point is here. That's another K11? What is K11, dude? Are they like the rich people or like some kind of group? What? This will be my third, I think. I don't know if there's anything else. I really have to find. I really have to walk this path here. So inject, then extract. Which way did I go? I think I went down again. Which way did I go? I don't know if I bothered going all the way back out to the main street. No, I didn't. Don't recognize it. This part still smells right. Yeah. I think this part makes sense. This part makes sense. I think I tried going up here again. I was looking at the map, but I wasn't necessarily trying to rely on it too much, so I kept trying different paths. And when it didn't work, I just double back. And then... Right, I think I remember something here. This is also January, right? So all of these photos are basically exactly the way it was. Wow, how nice of Google to document my once-in-a-lifetime journey over here. Oh, yeah. And then over here, right? And then that's the hotel with like the... With the crazy, Wait, no. Wait, no, what? This isn't... Oh, no. I went up this path, but there's a hotel up here. It's not the one with the leather. So this part here, I asked a local, because I went basically all the way up here. And then I'm like, the map says that there's a path that goes up. But at the same time, I see a gate here. I'm like, hey, local person. Can I go up these stairs? And then she's like, no, like it's just a gated community. Like there's no exit. I mean, there probably is an exit, but it's not like they will only have one exit on this side of the road, right? Like, so there probably is an exit there. So I think I went up this path then. This is the one, right? So I had to go all the way back down, by the way. So that's the second dead end that I went down. So this is my 4th point of interest. And then I probably took the first turn that I could take. Which way is it? This way. And then, yeah, like, and then this is the hotel with the, well, I don't know if it's a hotel or not. This is the thing with the leather that I have over here. The exact same thing. This leather is so insane. Like, people actually work on these things, right? To clean the windows and stuff. So that is at the end of this path. So that's at the end of this path here. Right, so I'm basically at North Point, right? I'm right here at North Point. Oh, right, that's the wrong level. So I came not all the way there then. That means I turned here. And then I came and turned on the first left here. This is my 5th point of interest. And then my 6th point of interest is the hill, is the park that's on top of the, like, 5 stories up. Which was a dead end, yet another dead end. I came back down before the gate closed on me. And then over here is where I took the correct turn. Up this nonsense. It's just kind of crazy to me. Like, most of the time you see escalators in malls, you see escalators in subways. It makes sense, right? Because that's where all the vertical elements are to, like, most people. But like, over here and like in Chongqing, I imagine, there's a lot of these hills that are really hard to climb otherwise. So they just have escalators in the middle of the... Like, it's just a building for escalator. You go up the stairs, it's just an escalator and a set of stairs. That's it. And then you go up the top. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I took another wrong turn here. Hang on, I just remembered. I took a wrong turn here. And then I went back down. And then I went up again. And then I went up. So, actually, at this point, we should probably use the zoomed-in map here. Right, so this is the 7th. So this is the 6th stuff. This is the 7. This is the other wrong turn. And then I will double back down. I took so many wrong turns that day. Holy shit. So now that we're zoomed in here, there's, I believe, a photo along this path. And there was like an old man, by the way. At this point, there was like an old man that walked together with me. Pretty much almost all the way. Until here, then we separated. But he was like, again, like the slow and steady, he's just climbing up, but then he sees me, this crazy person that's like going fast, run up the stairs because I'm racing for time. Then I will stop and take a photo. And then this and that. Somewhere over here, I think. Let me see. Yeah, so there's a photo right here that I took. That's not in the ref port, but somewhere here. Over here, I was almost baited into walking into a storm drain because Apple Maps, thank you. It thinks that this was a road for some reason. Maybe they use satellite to generate it. I partially contemplated trying to get in here to take the escalators up because this is, again, one of those things where it's just a gate. But there's like no way that I could have gotten up there, so that wasn't an option. I looked at this and this was like completely shut as well. There's no way to climb up. And then I just walked up this path and I almost got hit by a bus. I was standing up here and then there's this giant, one of these big tour buses that was like racing down here. There was like the old man that was walking with me, he was in front of me. And he did not give a single fuck. Holy shit, dude. So 10 is on this path here. No, it's this path here, so oops. 10 is here. Right, I think I stopped here and there to try to figure out which way I want to go as well. So that he was like very suspicious of me. He was like, what is this guy doing? Went up the stairs here. It's just non-stop stairs, man. At this point, my legs were kind of jelly already. But there's no other way. Like, I have to keep going. Otherwise, it's all sunk cost. Go up, please. Yeah, let me up. And then over here, I just went whichever way was going up, which is this way. So that is along the side of this, right? I think I went into the park briefly, thinking that I might be able to see something. Oh yeah, now the memories are coming back again. Yeah, there was a brief excursion into the park. But this park is where I realized that being high doesn't mean you can see anything, because most of the time it is blocked. And then I was eyeing this building because I was like, if it would be so nice if you can get up on this building, you know. But they have no corridors. You have like those buildings, like apartments in Japan, where there's open corridors where you can just kind of see across everything. This one doesn't. And I also saw the gate, so I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna go for it. That means over here, this is point 12. So I just kept going up. And then along the way, I bought like a drink at like the Hong Kong's highest 7-Eleven or something. Somewhere here. Yeah, it's a 7-Eleven right here. It had like the number 1 or something. There was like a number 1 something something. Here. And then you just keep going all the way up. So there's like 7-Eleven here. I need to start writing this down. So 1 is monster. 2 is just surroundings. 3 was what do I even call it? I think it's called happy something. Building 1. I'm just gonna call it injection 1, I think. And then 4. Hill dead end, I think. Lady said no. 5 was shit, what was 5 again? Dang it, dude. They were just there too. What in the world? Almost 5, actually. Do I have to watch my own VODs, dude? Holy shit. 6 was the park. Oh, that means 5 must be the stairs. Must be the ladders. There's no need to call it 1. I think it's just dead end. Dead end. Dead end. Seven into 8. Progress. It's like a 8A. A is tree. In road, and then it's B in building through trees. 9 is Apple Maps bait. 10 would be bus. Park. 12 was the tallest building in the local area. And then 13 had a lot of things, I think. Yes, Evo Jungus. Today we're doing Geocaster. I'm trying to trace my journey and my 8-hour journey in Hong Kong so I can draw stuff. Because I want to draw Hong Kong stuff, but I want to make it meaningful. And because I had this experience, I would like to document it, if possible, here. Oh no, it's not because I skipped it, but 7-11. It's because I haven't got to the part yet. So 14 over here, a lot of things happened up this hill here. Because it was me basically starting to ask for directions already. And at that point in time, like, people were getting off school. Like, university students, like, you see this bus stop here? This bus stop was, like, full of people, dude. And they just see me, one dude walking out the mountains. Everyone's looking at me because they have nothing else to look at. Oh yeah, like this up top is very interesting because it's like these buildings here. Actually, it's easier to see on this curve here, where you can see the fact that it's kind of dipped into the ground like this. I saw some of these in Japan as well. It was a very onsen-y place. It wasn't necessarily very hilly though when it was happening. I guess it was kind of hilly. So let me see. 14, actually 14 is a bit earlier. 14, bus stop, people, many. I'm a man of many words. Open here is 15. Actually, I don't know if chronologically. I think chronologically. I'm just gonna swap the numbers actually. I think it's important to keep chronological order here. But yeah, the plan is over here. It's over here, where I'm gonna retrace steps. I'm gonna highlight interesting stuff. Right now, I'm just doing the scenes and then events as well, if I can remember them. And then I'm gonna figure out where to put Ria and myself and all the other characters in, and then we can basically document this journey, which is what I kind of want to do. With, well, not really. I don't know what I want to do with my art, but like in terms of bringing my character to life, I think whatever that I experienced in real life, if we can bring it in, that would be nice. And Ria was on this journey too. So 7-Eleven, bus full of people, and then I went up. There's like a lot of schools here. I believe the first one was that Catholic school that I found. Which way is it? This way. I'm gonna be so familiar with this place. So over here, I was already like, ah, shit, is there even anywhere to go? Because I was really kind of discouraged by the fact that you can't see anything because of the park is all covered. And I see that it's still covered by foliage here. So I wasn't even sure if I can find anything. So, but over here, I was asking this Catholic school lady. I don't know if it's Catholic or not. What does it say? Chinese International School. Okay, not even related at all. Yeah, Ria was here. There's a lot of representations of Ria. Like, the art is just one version of her. Then there is the physical representation of her. Teacher, plus students. And she was physically here. Like, this entire journey, by the way, she was physically here. Did I go down this path? Oh, my screen's black again. Stop. No, I didn't. I didn't go down because on the map, it looked like it was part of the school. I think it marked it as part of the school. And I didn't want to, like, YOLO my way into this too hard. So I didn't. Oh, wow. Scouts. Oh, my God. This brings back memories. I was a scout once. Dang, dude. I remember this symbol. I was a scout for, like, 6 years. As, like, a kid, by the way. I didn't do shit. My scout group did not do shit, by the way. They didn't teach us anything about scouting. All we did was play sports, and I didn't like it. So that's great, but anyways. 16 was like the proposed spot. Plus, I think it was gas utilities. It was up here. Can't spell, bro. Not enough thoughts for us. But yeah, Ria was here, and then my third character was also here, physically. I'm looking for, like, the street map drop down, which is kind of funny. This is not even the map. Drunk. Where the hell is my map, dude? Where is my map? Oh, it's unloaded. And then over here. Well, you just have to be more delusioned like me. You just have to be more cringe like me. Also, insane architecture, by the way. Nice and round. I don't really like it a lot, but it looks kind of cool, I guess. I like square stuff. So, this here is my university number 1. Uni 1. I tried to get some vantage points here, but I cannot talk too much about it. I don't want to talk too much about it. Because I may or may not be... should not be there, I think. Anyways, 18. Somewhere over here I was talking to like the white guy. It was like also another teacher there or something. Did I take the stairs down? I swear to God I took the stairs down. Did I go around the entire thing? Because I talked to the guy at the bottom of the stairs somewhere. That's where I remember. I think it was here. I did take the stairs down. I did take the stairs down. I took the stairs down here. Alright, so... what's 18? Did I write it down yet? No. So I am... probably here, right? I'm here right now? Where am I right now? Doko? Oh, I took this way. Wait, what? Where am I? Am I facing the right way? That's higher up? I guess it is higher up. So I took this path here. Oh, okay, okay. That's why I remember taking stairs, but I don't remember... But the stuff is here. And I also remember the entry in. Okay, okay. So I took this way. And then 18 is over here. And then I went down. And then 18 is teacher guy. Oh, Uni 1 plus look down. Add potential. So previously I had no hope, but then at this point I got back some hope because I saw that there were some nice vantage points here. So that's why I got excited and I was like going back down. This guy, by the way, told me to go back up the mountain again to the same spot. Apparently, like, everybody knows this spot or something. But you can see a lot of photos here, so I guess people do like to hike a lot. Slightly more relatable now. And I think I went down this path. Over here, oh yeah, there was one photo of the school, and then over here was this photo here. Oh yeah, I'm so like, Rizzo, look at this, right? Look at this. This is the third time I'm doing this stream. The photo I took and the photo that they took is basically the same. Look at this shit. Like, cause the Google streetcar was at January 2024. I was at January 2024. It's basically the same month. This is the closest I've ever gone to a Google car. But it's almost the same, but it's not the same day, I think, based on the way the cars are. This one car, black car, is parked back in, whereas mine is like front in. Dang, dude. How cool would it have been like if it was just there like a couple of seconds before I was? I don't know why it would be necessarily that cool, I suppose. Confirmation sequence here. 20 would be the actual spot. 21 would be my overhang parking lot. And then over here there's like some kids and there's like stairs and kids and like random shit. Sounds like some kind of a TV show or something. It's just more photos, I think. It's not really necessarily that interesting. 24. Is my dystopian water pump, I think. I think it's a pump station. I'm not 100% sure. I imagine being up here, it's so high up in the mountains, must have its own difficulties with pumping water. But This one is the one psychedelic dystopian pumping. 25 would be the stairs going down. And then 26 would be McDonald's, which is not really a landmark, but it was interesting, I think. I ate food there. That was interesting. Well, I mean, it is the one meal I had in Hong Kong, though, to be fair. I suppose it is interesting. But this then entered into Fortress Hill, and then it was the conclusion of the first half of the journey. Second half would be not much, I think. I think like 27. It's the guy taking photo in the middle of the street. 28 is just lots of people plus wind. 29 is like the discovery of this insane looking ass building. 30 itself is the building itself. Exit, there is a Bruce Lee statue that I found not very interesting. There's a park here. And then the return journey, which I don't remember how it went. Photo guy. 28 windy. Plus people. It's kind of hard to write because my screen is not very smooth. That's why the handwriting is a lot worse than usual. 30 was what? Oh, 30 was this. What's 29? Oh, 29 is discovery. Okay, yeah, whatever. Whatever you say, man. Inner. Roofs. 31. Bruce Lee. Which I don't really remember. Actually, it's not worth mentioning. 32 is just park. And the exit sequence. I remember buying something here. I forgot what I bought. Maybe it's just water. But yeah, actually, I remember why I was trying to get to this this harbor here, because there was a. I wanted to go here actually. I wanted to check out the monster building, and I wanted to check out this rooftop bar that I saw on Google like images when I was looking for references in the past. There was this really cool one that has gotten like stuck in my head for a long time, and it kind of got transformed in my head into this other scene, which I hope one day I'll have the skills to paint it, because that one doesn't physically exist. I have to plan it out, and I have to think about a lot of things. It's not popping out anymore. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, I vaguely remember all these like round chairs or something. And this, I don't know if it's this one. Like, I think this one in particular still opens and runs. But I mistook this, or I wanted to go to a different one, and that one closed down just like weeks before I was there in Hong Kong. So when I got to Hong Kong, I checked out on Google, and it said that it closed, and they moved the location. I was, of course, disappointed, but I wanted to see what the new location was like. And apparently the new location was like some hotel over here. I think it was this Shangri-La Hotel over here. Let me check what the shop is called over there. But because this new place was not nearly as high as the original. Where am I? Oh, it's over here. It wasn't as interesting to me anymore. I didn't bother going. Where is it? Is that up here? My screen's black again. Got it. Oh, it's over here. Shit, man. This bad tablet might just be on its last legs here. Is there a bar here? No, I don't recognize the name. I wonder what's it called. I forgot what it was called. It used to be here, I think. Like, there's like a really tall building here. I don't see it. Dang, dude, I don't know where it is. But anyways. Okay. I'll have to look at the stuff I've written down, and then think about the look at the photos, and then try to think about what's happening in my head throughout the journey, then I'm gonna mark down stuff that's more emotionally sort of important in this entire thing. Primarily this initial bit. Because the stuff at the end here is more relaxing. I didn't have like a time limit anymore. And it was just kind of walking around. And the only thing that was interesting was this mall being very aesthetic. Everything else was kind of like pale in comparison. So I just need to go through this entire journey first. Figure out what the limit is. So what is the goal here? The goal is to document. Yes, right. So what is the criteria here, right? Oops. So this is just a document thing. Yeah, but the fact that it's document means basically anything that was interesting should be documented. That's what documenting is, right? It could be comprehensive. But that would be too much. Which is what the criteria is for, right? So we're trying to figure out what is the most important things here. So I think it would be definitely be all the dead ends. Because it's a journey, right? So like I need to present a series of illustrations. So going back to like in the past of like deciding on doing illustration instead of manga or anything else, was the plan was to have illustrations that would tell a story. Whether if it's meant to be sort of more hidden and it requires more thought, or if it's just presented directly. In our case here, it would just be presented directly. Like if I go up the hill and I hit a dead end and I ask a local if I can go into someone else's house and they say no, I would just present that directly, right? Somehow. So there is that. That means I need to change the illustrations in the series to tell a story. And the story to be told would just to be this race against time. That would be the story. So story focus, I think. And the story is this. So in this story about getting racing against the sunset to get to somewhere high, to get a nice view over the city, will be the whole thing, right? So we're gonna just exclude the second part of the journey then, because it's not relevant anymore. What's the climax? I think it's easier to decide. The climax will very easily be number 20 over here, right? Where we finally get what we want. So let me see here. So climax, is that the climax? It is the climax, right? Oh man, it's been so long since I bothered with the whole sort of storytelling curve thing. Right, makes sense, right? So the climax is to achieve what you're looking for, which is 20. Right, it's just the spot, I guess. What are you guys trying to get? The brief story is that I was layover in like Hong Kong for a little bit of time. It's because I was like, my flight landed at 3 p.m. I had to get on the next flight the next morning. So I had like one afternoon and one evening to make something of it. And I always like Hong Kong's architecture, so I wanted to just go out and check stuff out. And I decided on the spot after checking like the Monster building out, which is that famous place that where you are surrounded by like all these. I decided on the spot that I wanted to just go somewhere high. But because it was already like 4 or 5 p.m., I didn't have a lot of time. So the only thing I wanted to get was somewhere high and just get a nice view. That was it. Just that I have no idea where I should be, right? Because it's not like I know exactly a spot. I have to kind of explore anyways. So I can't really just get Google Maps to tell me somewhere to go. Googling would have been an option, I suppose. I forgot if I had a lot of data. I think it was one of those eSIMs. But yeah, that's the gist of the story. Um, Climax is finally reaching here. Let me think, right? Like there are like, so to me, of course, the entire journey was interesting, and of course the journey was the entire thing. But I think in terms of writing a story, doing the entire thing, obviously with 30 different pieces, is gonna drive me insane. So I have to cut it down somehow. Ah yes, thank you, Wizard. I'll see you soon, hopefully. So I think like stuff like monster building and stuff, I think maybe I should just cut it out. Yes, bye bye. Yes, bye bye. Oh, you know what? The monster building. No, but we need kind of like a little bit more than just starting. It's not like we set out to do this, you know, like there is that sort of lull period in the beginning. Whereas like monster and then plus some exploration equals excitement equals more want more, which sparked the whole journey in the first place. And then the journey was filled with dead ends, right? It was filled with... Technically, this was a dead end too, I think. Because I only went up because I thought I might be able to get up higher, but I couldn't. Oh, I actually remember the exact thought process. Because I can see on the map that obviously this is where I want to be, so that's not really the right spot. But I thought I might be able to slowly go up this way. But when I got up here, I noticed that there was no real path going up this way. There was only this, and there was this. But I figured there's no reason to take a big loop. I should just keep going and try new areas. That's how it started going, like bouncing like this. So dead ends would be like 3, 4, 6, 7. And then I think technically Apple Map Bait was also a dead end because I thought I could go up there, but I couldn't. So I had to find a new path. So 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, right? All the dead ends. And even really, like at the very end here, it's still a dead end because I never really got anywhere. Where's the gas utility? Yeah, this is also a dead end. 16 as well, right? So the dead ends are important because they are... maybe that's a bit too many. But there is that. Then there are also the interesting, visually interesting stuff that were found. Let me think. Because the problem is this, right? If I don't include any of this visually interesting things in this journey, then it becomes very, very boring. Because there's like no, like you're just constantly getting, you're constantly incurring this cost of going into dead ends, and dead ends are already somewhat inherently interesting, like what kind of dead ends they are and how they are dead ends. But because I only draw one scene there, it will get still pretty quick, I imagine. So you kind of want visually interesting and other stuff that was found along the way to help. Yeah, I can kind of see it, right? So it'd be my character basically like getting stuck all the time, and then like Ria and my third character would just kind of have some fun in the space, explore what is interesting in that space. I think that would be kind of how it works. Okay. This works. This idea works. That's great. And then we can include visual interests like these. How should I mark these? I'm just gonna do it like this. Yeah, these ones as well. Both of them are fine. Some of these can be merged. I think this can be merged for sure somehow. Surrounding new buildings are not that interesting, I think. It's just new buildings. Wow, okay. We just need to do this one series and I'll be very proficient. I can guarantee you that. If this has enough sort of motivation to keep me going, that will mean that I want to get it, and my personality wants to get it out quick. That means I will be able to find a compromise between telling story and what's the bare minimum effective render. And we will find that really quick and refine that really quick over this journey here. But they're all really interesting though. I choose though. Holy shit, I'm just marking everything. What are we looking at here? If we are doing like a quick painting and it doesn't require a lot of stuff, some of these scenes are pretty intense, I imagine. And we do have to work out some of the rendering techniques and patterns and design. We should at least try each time, otherwise we will never improve or never change. If we do like, what, like, yeah, once a week, this would take an entire year. 30 weeks. My god. If we can merge some here and there, it'll take like a couple months. Which I think is worth, I think it's worth, because it's still practice. It is controlled practice, it's motivated practice. It has meaning. It achieves the goal of what I want to do. I think this is fine. I think we might be doing, realistically, we might be doing this for the rest of the year, I think. We can inject some studies here and there, but otherwise this would be the overarching... What are we looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 pieces here so far. One per week, 20 weeks, divided by 4, 5 months. We'll be doing this till November. And it'll be interesting. Yeah, actually this is pretty cool. Okay, so this is the general planning for this. The specific roles, I think, will have to depend on that one specific scene. But I do think that a lot of these should be planned out in one go, because I need to make it so that it's as consistent as possible from beginning to the end. So I will do that. I will make sure that it's very consistent first. even the art stuff, and trying to use the lighting, right? From the beginning till the end, there needs to be this consistent change in lighting. So this must be do in one go for consistent plus sub arcs, maybe. Maybe they're like sub character arcs, like a story within a story kind of thing. And then over here, lighting consistency. Consistently changing to darker. That means we need to do some studies of the specific colors and the lighting that we want to use before we jump in here. This has to be controlled properly. And then the execution, which should be ideally as consistent as possible, but it doesn't have to be, because what I'm thinking here is that if we handle this well here, we can make this into like an art book. It can be the first ever art book that I ever make, and it will be meaningful to myself. It will hit our own goals, and it will be environment and character. It will be storytelling, and it's all like it captures the journey of art itself as well, I think. We need high res. The only reason why I brought this up is because if we decide to do it, it has to be very, very high res and needs to be ready for printing. Although that being said, worst case scenario, I'll just go through the 20 pieces and I'll figure out, oh shit. This is not just high res, plus aspect ratio needs to be controlled as well. If we have like really crazy ratios here, it's not gonna fit in the book. Book in general, like the one in Japan, was like B5, B sizes. Sorry, the virus. I saw your message here. Yeah, like my world building, everything that I have so far is I'm trying to keep it as consistent and as logically consistent and logical as possible. It has to make sense. Like, if I'm saying that a character is this way, they have to be a specific reason for why they are that way. And how stories play out, it needs to be logical, not just because I think that this will be the most interesting way of telling a story or having the story be developed. It has to have a logical reason behind it. And I think sometimes it's kind of hard, but the thing that helps me is that it's meant to reflect my own life, right? So, and things in life happens for a reason. So I'm hoping that because this is the case, things will just fall in place naturally. If I can like abstract the stuff correctly, right? If I can have the level of abstraction done consistently and correctly, a lot of the sort of twists and stuff can maybe hopefully just happen logically, but yeah, Jack the Ripper. I'm sure anyone would have if they had the information. I think they just don't have the information, right? I have the experience and I have the information here, so I can see every single scene and I can see every single decision being made in real time in my head again and again and again. This, all by the way, all this 3 hours or 4 hours or so of my life. That's it. Like, but it was like the single-handedly most free moment of my life. For those few hours, I wasn't looking at the clock. I was looking at the sun, and then I was just. I had a backpack on. I had like a pair of like short-ish pants on, it's like knee length, and it was just myself, a backpack. And did I even have water? I might not have water. I probably have like one bottle of water. I don't know if I brought water actually. I remember going to the 7-Eleven buying water, and then when I was down here somewhere, I bought like some more water. The lady was giving me looks for some reason. I forgot. Like it was like a not like seductive, more like just annoyance. I don't know what I was doing wrong. Maybe I'm hallucinating that. But anyways. Yeah, so 20 pieces planned currently, tentatively. The idea would be to tell the story. We need to set up. That means in the beginning pieces, they have to establish character. Oh wow, okay, I see where this is going, right? So we need to have pieces that establish characters and their respective roles. That could be done how do I say this? Of course that's gonna be apparent. I think throughout the series, as people look at the individual images, they're gonna see the character's personality come out, right? But I think it'll be ideal if there's some kind of representation in the physical sort of design as well. Right? Like again, going back to me saying clothing designs don't matter. This is where it will matter. If I can, so my character would have to have the back, a map, maybe like maybe a more physical representation of the map would be better than using a phone. Even though I did use a phone, because it's kind of hard to tell what you're doing on the phone. But if you hold up a piece of paper, everyone's gonna assume it's a map, right? And maybe the map can get more crumpled up and more broken down as we go along to show frustration and this and that. Maybe someone's gonna poke a hole in it. I don't know. Oh man. Actually, for this to really be book quality, it's still missing a lot of things. We have to tie down the respective rows. So this part here now is the next step. Wow, this is actually holy shit, this planning is gonna take a while. The planning is gonna take a while, the preparation of getting ready for like the art part. Doing some studies, doing some color studies that's a little bit more targeted. It's gonna take a while, I think. If you want to do this well. So step 3. I should probably go to bed. But step 3 here. Character, right? And character design here isn't gonna be too flamboyant, of course. Like they're just gonna be wearing normal, everyday, every person kind of clothing. Because I want things to be realistic. Since it is documentation. So I will try to recall what I wore back then. It's not gonna look very good, but I would rather it be accurate. But what about the other two? Let me see. I have a name for her, I just haven't revealed it yet. So I would basically have to do the entire character design over here for her. And flesh out a little bit about the black story. Maybe, maybe not. Actually, no, let's ignore that. It's gonna take forever. I don't have that clearance yet. Yeah, ongoing process, no clearance, no tie-ins with the existing sequence. So this will be... Oh, but that's nothing though. It will be empty. Okay, let's not worry about her for now. This is gonna be hard on that side. Ria, at least throughout the streams, you know, we've kind of have a little bit of sketches here and there. I have some stuff to work off of. Right, I'm basically navigation pack mule. That's basically all I do, right? So these two are just in the moment. They have to explore the environment. And maybe point out paths, you know. And maybe some obvious things, you know. That kind of vibe. Yeah, the clothing would be one thing. The clothing will represent their personality, right? So based on my original design ideas, which I think I have it in here somewhere, this development sequence here. Ria is just in the she just can be whatever we need her to be. It's fine. I think our third character, the fox, would have to be a little bit more what's the word? More well-dressed, I think. She's gonna be more feminine, and she's gonna have more fashion-y kind of vibe. But still something that's suitable for going outdoors, because we would know that it's gonna happen. So she needs to be stylish, but still simple. Sorry, stylish but still functional, right? Ria probably cares less. And I'm not Faye. Faye at this point didn't exist yet, by the way. Either way, she's not there physically. I think timeline-wise, maybe she would exist, but yeah, actually, where? Oh wait, hang on a second. Actually, timeline-wise, it needs to be out of timeline, out of So this is not related, but then I think personality alignment. It might be C3 then, because I need Ria to be more emotive, right? I need her to have emotions and stuff, so it cannot be C2. C1, I'm not tied down yet. C3 can be whatever she needs to be. Uh, Maybe it's better to just ignore this. I think this is probably an ignore thing. We're just gonna treat this entire thing as like not necessarily canon in the story that I'm gonna make eventually, sometime down the line. It's just going to be a it's like a spin-off series, that kind of thing. So non-canon, whatever, you know. It is canon, but not canon. Right? It's not canon in the sense that it doesn't have anything to do with the story that I want to tell. That's not true either. I mean, everything that I experience is part of the story I want to tell, but it doesn't really fit very well in it. But either way, I think it's canon at least to the character's personality. They should be accurate, right? So this is both a documentation, an art journey of improvement, as well as a sort of exploration into the characters themselves. That makes sense, right? Given the different circumstances, the different environments, the different pressures and external stimuli, we can see how the characters change. That makes sense. Okay, this makes sense. I think Ria will be more simple and functional, I think. I'm wondering if no, but the clothing design should not be too tight to the render and stuff like that. Because I was thinking maybe depending on the type of compositions we would have, maybe we would want clothing that will work well, but it doesn't make any sense. I don't think that makes any sense. It's not like we can go through all 20 comps first anyways before we decide on the clothing. So we just get something that's simple and functional, and then stylish and functional. And then personality-wise, how would they interact with the environment, right? So I'm full analytical mode trying to find my way around, and I'm constantly failing, obviously. Ria will probably be interested in anything that kind of catches the eye, anything that's kind of, I suppose, more unique. All right. So technically anything interesting, but what is interesting to her, right? I think interesting in this case is always contrast. But in this case, the contrast is with culture. So some basically stuff that's unique to Hong Kong, which would be maybe like street food, whatever kind of like I don't know, laundry might be interesting. Um Bus signs, uh language, right? What is unique about culture? The language and the traditions that people have, traditions, whatever the hell traditions are. Um like what those traditions are specifically, I mean. And then what is her role though? Okay, now I have to take a step back because this one here is, oh shit. So the character's creation is in 2022 in August. Since then, there has been no significant events that allows me to tie the character down. She can be anyone we want. So that makes it a little bit more tricky because it's not that I can't just decide. I think it's fine to decide for the later two characters, right? Faye and this Fox character can be decided upon. But they need to be decided upon in a way that benefits the entire thing then. Because Ria and my dragon, they've always been there. They can be whatever they need to be. They are. It's fine. But if we're deciding for ourselves, then they have to fit into the greatest story and benefit the entire story. So we have Ria, who's whimsical, who just does whatever, automatic. First thing that comes to mind kind of vibe. A dragon is meant to be a little bit more sort of strong, right? More confident, more strong. Decision making, like snap decision making, that kind of vibe. Faye is just kind of dark, kind of lazy. Don't really want to do anything. What kind of archetype are we missing here? Oh no, wait, hang on. Sorry, I have an idea of what the character was supposed to be. No, personality wise is tied down, right? She's meant to be like a character that's the opposite of Faye, right? I talked about this. Where Faye has given up in humanity or like in like other believing in other people, this character does not, despite everything that has happened to herself and what she has seen. This character is meant to be, yeah, that's right, correct. This character's representation, like what I want her to embody, is the hope that I never had for everything else. The expectations that I don't like to hold for other people because I'm always disappointed. Um, the the capacity to show kindness no matter what. I think that was kind of the original idea for her. So selfless, right? So okay, so this is a bit of a sidetrack, right? But more selfless. Uh, basically, right? And it's not just like a like flower in the concrete. It's like strength. It's like maybe beauty amongst everything. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, right? Flower in the concrete, something innocent against something that's brutal. What other themes are there? Something that's colorful against the gray. Uh, I want her to be the beacon of hope that is present in the story that I'm gonna create, which is gonna be very dark. Uh, I want things to be inherently very disappointing and very dystopian and very just very grimy and very sad and like everybody's miserable, but everyone accepts it as the norm, right? Like that's just kind of how it is. That if one person benefits, someone else must suffer. But then she believes that like I need someone that believes in the opposite. Something about flower in the concrete doesn't completely match, but I think like 80-90% that is kind of the vibe. But yes, thank you, Tavares. That's great. Selfless, her kindness, belief in others. She's more soft. Soft, not necessarily shy, but a little bit more, I guess, more meek, I think. Weaker physically, but unknown source of confidence in others. Sorry, not unknown, more like unfounded. For some reason, she chooses to believe in other people rather than herself. I think that's what we need her to be. But none of these things really sort of come out in like a journey like this, right? It's not like we are doing very dark stuff. So it's more of the other qualities of the personality. What would that be? Will she die? I don't know. I don't know if any of my characters would. Oh well, one already died. Who, who already died? Via technically died. And then the other character, the dragon character, died. For her, I don't think so. But she's not coming out unscathed. I can guarantee you that. No one comes out unscathed because there is because the theme of the story, and I feel this in life, is that nothing is sacred, right? Nothing is holy, nothing is sacred. Everything is just it just is a thing, right? There are things in this life, in this world, where people treat as though it's like super holy or super sacred and this and that, but at the end of the day, it is just like piles of atoms connected together by various molecular forces, and all these additional values and sort of like indestructibility is just the figments of our imagination and stuff like that. And in order to show this, I need to make sure that no one is gonna come out completely unscathed. Indeed, yeah. I don't think she'll die. It's just that I don't really see how she fits into the entire. All these characters are very new, right? Faye, at least, I feel like, because the emotions that she represents, Faye is interesting, right? Faye is also very new. In fact, she's newer than this Fox character. But like, because the qualities and personality traits that she represents are something that I feel very often, is very easy to relate, and it makes a lot of sense to me. This Fox character is meant to be the exact opposite of me and Faye. It's meant to be exactly the opposite. And because of how young this character is still, and I haven't really given a lot of thought, I don't know how she fits at all. And it's inherently, by design, impossible for me to write her, because I don't know why she would do it. What motivations could she possibly have that would drive her to be this, quote-unquote, selfless? And honestly, my initial designs for her is that it's not that she's selfless, is that there are other things in life that may have pushed her to be more dependent. Maybe she's not necessarily selfless in the sense that she wants to help people because it makes her feel good, but she wants to have a good, how do I say this? She wants to help people to foster this relationship where other people would see her as someone to protect and important, so they will never leave her, because it stems from fear of being left alone. I think that is, I think probably where I'll end up going, because the physical representation of her also went through similar situation where there is this idea of abandonment, there's this idea of being alone and trapped somewhere really dark and tiny and tight for a really long time. So there is this inherent fear of being left alone. There's an inherent fear of, okay, you know what, this is pretty good. So this is just all character motivations, right? Which then feeds into what she's going to be doing and where she's going to be standing in a lot of these scenes. So like, why, right? Like, why? Left alone. Abandoned. Broken. So wants to make a good, I cannot write, relationships, so that never happens again. So if that's the motivation, then these things, plus her like for fashion and design and something that's shit. One second here. What did I write down before? Interesting here. Actually, I'm so glad I wrote down all this nonsense. I know some stuff I don't read, right? A lot of the other things I don't read again. But at least with respect to some of these character and design stuff, just because I've written down some stuff in the past, it allows me to come up with new ideas now. Because like back then, I didn't really have a good idea of what it means by anything goes and exploratory. But now I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, how to show her personality, right? Like, there's all the other stuff that we talked about before. But in terms of clothing, she's not tied to a very specific type of clothing. And I said that it's exploratory, so why don't we give her the ability to sort of change many different types of clothing along the way? Maybe throughout the way, like in the market, she would like find something, she would buy something. Maybe there's like a store on the way that she would just pick something up, you know. And then maybe she has a bunch of different accessories. Maybe she has like different hats. I don't know, okay, maybe they're kind of insane. They have like a whole bunch of different hats. But if I'm the pack mule, I need to be carrying stuff anyways, right? Like, Ria's not going to be carrying anything. She always travels light. She always bare minimal kind of vibe. But the whole idea of fashion and design. Fashion and design. So we just walk the path, I think, and see if we can find some stuff that's related to fashion and design along the way. That's not a word, dude. No, wait. You know what? That's not it. This is... Okay, so... Again, going back to selfless, right? And wanting to help other people. That means her whole idea... Like, so, exactly opposite of myself. I always think about what I'm gonna do, what I want to do, and what my plans are. She's gonna be thinking about everyone else. That's how she should be, right? To fit this exact opposite idea. And also her own sort of selfless archetype. Because to her, that is security. To build this relationship with other people gives her that security. So wanting to build this relationship and wanting to have other people's needs in mind. This is who she would be, I think, at its very core. Is that she is just always thinking about other people. And in this case, what is that to think about, right? Like, I think for me, it would just be like the most basic stuff. Let's say water and food. Maybe snacks. Maybe she's always buying snacks and feeding people, you know. She's like a grandma that's always trying to feed you shit, right? And then she might be helping out with carrying and stuff. Maybe like helping out with asking for directions. Anything that she can help. Anything helping, it would be the core of this character's movements and interactions and with the world. So living in this moment here. We have to create moments where she can help others, I guess. Maybe like a grandma here and this and that, you know? This will be the main key for her. Ria would just be exploring stuff that's interesting to her, whatever that means to her. Which, by definition of being interesting, means contrast. And because she doesn't have any particular bias for anything in particular, it means anything that's unique to Hong Kong will work. So that's fine. And then for me, it's just pure analytical mode, find the stuff. And also trying to wrangle these two idiots that's probably doing something stupid and not caring about traffic or something. Alright, so that's basically it, right? So this is the main character design. Of course, that's like the overarching idea, but like there's like details of like there's like character design and clothing and stuff like that. We get to that. I think those things are not necessarily that hard because it's just kind of arbitrary. I know what I'm wearing or what I've worn. Ria will probably wear something like shorts and like t-shirt. That would be kind of it. It's pretty hot, anyways. I think it was. And then like we have to find out what it means to be stylish and functional. I probably need to do some research on that side, and that would be fine. But going back to making a book, in order to make this high quality, right, we have the overarching story here of just looking for this journey. But I'm wondering if it's possible to put in like sub stories for each of the characters, right? Maybe there are character development arcs throughout this entire thing. Because what would that be, right? I don't know. Maybe like I am very reluctant. I really don't like asking for help because why ask for help? You should be capable of doing it yourself, you know? Find information, research information, learn stuff, figure it out, go do it, you know? But then, of course, there's only so much one person can do. So that might be like one character development point. Ria's character development... I don't think she will have a character development. But she might start off as like a blank slate and then like, you know, just wearing t-shirt and shorts. But by the end of it, maybe she's covered with like local things or something, you know, like people might be buying shit throughout the entire way. I should really save this document. I really don't. I like just because we're streaming, information is never truly lost. But I really don't want to be going through the entire 5-hour stream or something later. And actually, honestly, this character development actually played out in real life though, because in the beginning, a lot of my my dead ends, I did it by myself, right? The first dead end into the thing, the second one into the park or something, going up random paths and getting stuck. Only later on did I really start asking people, hey, is that like a way? Like I got up to the mountain and I started asking people, right? Because I'm like, yeah, shit, holy shit, I have no idea where the hell I'm going. And this and that. So maybe that's like the actual, this is the actual thing that happened, right? Maybe learning to explore, right? Because for me, it's always about planning stuff out before I execute, right? So this could be some ideas here. I don't think Ria has anything. Ria's personality is non-existent, kind of. I mean, it's a natural curiosity for things. At this point, she's just kind of like exploring and being. Huh. I don't have anything just yet. Yeah, these two just kind of only have physical appearance changes for now. I don't have anything just yet for the two of them. Because, okay, so like for my third character, maybe that's a way, like one of the things I can maybe think of is that she is a little bit too focused on trying to help people, you know, maybe being a little bit too overbearing with her helpfulness. Rather than enjoying the moment, she's too caught up and still trying to get people to like her is not really a nice way to put it. I don't think she would. It doesn't feel right to describe her like that, even though that's kind of maybe what she's doing. Maybe I'm not approaching this correctly, right? Because what does this journey mean for them in the first place? Like for me, it was just that there are places that I want to be and I want to see and I want to explore. So because there is this goal, it got to a point where I realized that, hey, I needed help for me to achieve this goal, right? Like I needed to ask people for directions. I needed to explore and be in the moment. I maybe need to embrace the uncertainty of this journey. And that could be the character development. That could be some kind of sub story. Like, I don't know what I mean by sub story here, but in general, I don't want the character to stay constant throughout the entire journey, right? I think from the beginning to the end, there should be some visible changes to the way they act and possibly the way they dress. So Why journey, right? For Ria, there's no real reason. She just always is. Uh, no, but that's not true, right? Even if she always is, it's because she always wants to be by my side. Then that would be the reason, right? So I wonder if the contrast is so here's the thing, right? Like if I decided to sit in my room all day, Ria would be there because for her that is the anchor. We are anchored to each other, so by definition, it's always gonna be together. That's just gonna be how it is. But like for my third character, would she go on her own on this journey, right? Right. So I think that's a good question to ask. It's like if by self, right? If they're by themselves, would they go on this journey? Because then now there is a very specific reason, right? So for me, it would be yes for explore / aesthetics. No. Tethered. So over here is the problem. Yeah. You know, I just realized. I just realized that if we ever make a book, right? Especially if there's like a story and a lot of design and thought going behind the scenes, it would be interesting to include the planning and the design and all the thing in the scene into the book. But I really wouldn't want to dump this junk in there. But the problem with my personality is I like to document things correctly, comprehensively, and in its original form. It's a little bit too late now, but like I think if I ever get there, I think these things might be in there, yeah. Yeah, maybe not the best. Will my third character be by herself on this journey? I think she would. I think she would because by her standards, it's about helping people. And her being in the room with me and Ria or not doesn't necessarily help or not help. But then if she goes out and look for stuff, she feels like she would definitely be able to find something interesting that can contribute to us and our lives and experience. So she would go. And also maybe she just want to see shit. So I think that's fine too. So maybe okay, so Ria's not one to tell jokes for sure, but just as an idea here, I think because Ria's whole journey reason would be just to stay in touch, right? That's what it is. So it's about the relationship, it's about the interaction. So if there's anything that would change or not change, it will be this interaction and be this relationship. That will be the core of it. Whereas over here, it's about maybe like best way to help others or something. In this case, if we're talking about like actual sort of physical, visual differences and how they act, this would be stuff like that. I'm sure there's other stuff that can be gained and lost as well along the journey. Also, none of this really fits the idea of a sub-story. A sub-story feels like a sub-arc, where they are like, maybe like Ria's like chasing this butterfly for like the entire journey, you know, that kind of sub-arc, where it has its own stakes, where it has its own sort of like ups and downs that is not really necessarily related to the main plotline. I mean, it could still happen, right? Like Ria could like really actually go after a butterfly or look for something that's very interesting. Maybe she's like counting the number of air conditioning units throughout the entire journey. It could be something dumb like that. Maybe count floors of buildings, and then over here it's more like maybe looking for best deals or something. That would be like a secondary thing, right? That they can do that is consistent maybe throughout all the pieces. And they will have their own conclusions and arcs and stuff like that. And then through this, you can show even more character. Like if Ria started doing one thing, trying to be consistent with it, but she stops doing it because she gave it up for something else. It could be showing that she has a short attention span, maybe. It could be showing the way she's making value judgments because she gave one thing up for something else. And then if my third character is looking for good deals of like certain objects or items and stuff. But it's kind of hard to tell certain stories like these if it's not from their perspective. It will be inherently be a little bit flashy. It needs to be individual enough that it's relevant only to them, like it's very personalized, but not to the point where it will interfere with the main story. So these parts are going to be kind of hard. But yeah, we've gotten a lot of stuff that's signed and tied down. Actually, we've been going through this for a couple hours now, right? But we have the journey and we have the a lot of the themes and ideas of the characters themselves. I need to tie down on if there's a story or not and what it would be. And then we can go into the final question, which is the actual planning of the art stuff, right? And then from here, the fifth part would be, well, this will include this. Studies and prep. Because once I can tie down the storyline, I know what kind of elements of, like, what the, like, for example, colors I should use for certain characters or certain scenes, what kind of textures and stuff that I might want to try and play with or not play with. I think I'm going to lower the requirements on textures this time. It's going to be more like maybe like the artist you recommend today, Dube. Although they have a bit of textures here and there. More of like the other more simplistic big blocks of shapes kind of vibes, I think. I think probably those ones are better. We can actually explore different styles, but it might not hold very well like in the entire book, throughout the book, I think. So this would be color / lighting. Right. And then render / finish. Right? And then, so this is how everything chains in together. Everything needs to have meaning, and it requires something else in front for it to have meaning. And then do the studies, get all the mood boards and the render quality finishes references assembled. And we do some tests, simple example, like one piece, to show that we are in control of the process, in control of the painting and the final finish. Then we can begin with composing each individual scenes and this and that. And then getting the characters in here and this and that. The problem with this is try not to burn out. There's a tendency when I do things, because I want to be thorough, that I try to make it a little bit too comprehensive. I'm experiencing this at work as well every day. Just today I was having a conversation. Oh no, that was yesterday. I was having a conversation about this too. That would be the main concern. But given that this is literally the most sort of impactful moments of my life, I think if this doesn't work, I'm kind of screwed. Either way, I'll learn something, right? Either I have enough strength and motivation to push through this and finish this completely, or something's gonna come up and I feel like I'm really burnt, and I either deal with that problem, right? Maybe I'm rendering too much or this and that, too much requirement, or I worry, or I realize that I'm really planning and trying to be in control of too many things that I'm not realistically able to control. Then I'll have to learn to let those go, right? So either way, it's just like all the rest of the streams as well. It's if it's good, it's good, right? If it's not good, you learn something like about your own limitations and stuff. There's never a wasted moment, I think. Oh, but we're approaching the difficult things. I think the sub-story needs to be secondary. The sub-story needs to be extremely secondary. I'm telling this myself, by the way. Because I have a tendency to want to make it really, really good. But this thing here, I think, is out of a little bit out of my my league here. A lot of stuff is already kind of insane. Because we have never done anything this complex and tied up before. The one time we did like a bit of planning for what's happening with the scene and stuff, it was that one hospital scene. It was one character, and it was one monochromatic palette, and it was a 1-for-1 copy of the reference photos. Going into this one, I don't think it'd be 1-for-1 to that extent, because there needs to be camera angles that might not exist in real life. So we're already bumping up the difficulty by a lot here. So this sub-story thing, I think the most apparent stuff would just be something that's consistently changing across the character, like for these characters across the scenes. Maybe Ria's clothing get dirty across the scene, right? Maybe she has to have a change of clothes because she like rolls in the dirt for whatever reason. And then maybe my other character, she'll be buying more and more shit. So she has like more and more accessories, right? But somehow they all fit together really well still. That would be kind of insane, actually. That would require so much design knowledge and experience to pull that off well. But I think it will most likely be something simple like that, because I don't think I have capacity for anything else. Right, and then the color and the lighting. Let me think about this real quick, right? Because the whole thing actually doesn't really matter too much. I don't have to control it to that extent. I'm just gonna have to control the overall values that is on the scene, whether if it's like a late afternoon versus like an evening shot. That's the only difference throughout this entire thing. And I think visually we can use it to represent. This is like cinematography, I guess, because oh, interesting. Because we have a climax, right? We have a very obvious climax. Maybe after the climax, we immediately transit, like very visually apparently, into sunset. And I do believe like the original photos, I closed the Pure, but I do believe the original was actually kind of like that, where at that moment where I was at the car park looking over the city, there was still a good amount of gray and blues in the sky. But the next photo that I took was like quite a bit orangey. Actually, no, that's not true, because I remember that scene. The next photo I took was the staircase with the car park hanging. I believe the white paint of the walls were still a little bit blue. It wasn't that orange. But we can emphasize the orange. So we show this clear transition between first half and second half, right? The build-up versus the release, and then the homecoming, the victory lap at the end, where we just kind of explore some stuff with a more lighthearted mood. Ending with the sun setting into darkness, where we can actually see the lighting of all these places come up. Oh, I'm getting more ideas. Like, this is pretty exciting. I think you guys can tell from me as well. Like, but yeah, like rendering wise, it has to be kind of somewhat consistent. I don't think I'll be going too crazy with textures or anything. The textures are not really gonna represent anything, I don't think. Like the most that I would do maybe is to make my third character just a little bit smoother in terms of rendering, just to show that she's a bit more refined, right, and more elegant. Story-wise, she's meant to be from like a very big family, like a very sort of high society kind of vibe. So she's like a lot more refined in a lot of things. Whereas Ria, of course, is just like a stray dog, pretty much vibe. Um, like I think Texas from like Arknights is a bit more refined because she is from a family, right? And then Lapland has that more sort of stray dog kind of insane sort of unhinged vibes. Ria will be closer to Lapland but without the unhingedness, I think. She will just be like reserved like Texas, but like just a little bit less, a lot less refined. I think more reserved. Art style. I have no mastery over art style, so honestly, this is all just asking, you know, trying to run before you can walk kind of vibes. Oh, I definitely like planning a lot more than doing things. I'm definitely a planner. Because the execution, how do I say this, right? Once the planning is done, the problem is solved in my head. There's nothing left to do. Like, the doing part simply is just executing the plan. And of course, no plan ever goes perfectly well. But at the moment when the plan is done, in my head it's marked done, and because no one's executed it yet, it's basically perfect, right? So you're going from a state where you're completely satisfied into actually physically doing work that requires energy. That is a dip in my dopamine, right? That is absolutely a dip. And then as problems come out, you realize your plans are not as good, and you have to redo certain plans and redo certain plans that come after earlier steps of the plan. That is yet again more dopamine dip. So for me, this is what is fun. This is the part where you consider all the elements and you put them all together, you put them into one cohesive thing. That is what is fun for me. But yeah, the only thing left is if we choose to like hand wave the sub stories, the only thing left is to figure out some gamuts and color palettes and doing some render studies. That's it. Then we are ready to go. We can just start immediately. Oh, hang. Sorry, I have one more thing that I have to figure out, right? Oh no, it was the start arc, I think. No, but sorry. There is one more thing I have to do, right? There's one more thing I have to do is that I have to plan out every single comp first. I have to roughly get an idea of what every single comp is like. I don't think this is a requirement necessarily for anyone else, but for me, just in case that there are representation issues and there are certain things that I want to be aware of, I feel like I should comp everything. Because I should be able to see the images clear enough in my head for every single scene. And then I want to see if the storytelling is complete, and if there's anything that in the later illustrations that can harken back, that can point back and reference back to earlier images. I think that would be really cool if there's like repeated motifs. Right, so this is absolutely like must do, right? So sub stories. I can't write anymore. So these are all important, and then also comp all. So these are must-dos. This is not so much. And also, yeah, there's character design as well. Specifically clothing. And this ties in a little bit here. For consistency, I think. Well, to be fair, they all tie in. The comp needs to handle everything. Right, the comp has to handle everything. Because it has to be consistent from beginning to the end. Oh man, this is gonna be hard. Actually, I might do this really weird thing where we will end up comping everything, setting up color rough for everything, and getting all the sequences to clear first before we go into final render. I think that makes sense. I think we will be drawing stuff to a level where it's enough to see the image in my head, but not necessarily very clean. Then we will go in and clean everything up, because that is one way to guarantee that the ideas are consistent. And the color usage is consistent and this and that. Because we don't have the experience to just kind of wing it and go on the fly here. Because I cannot see the final image in my head. I cannot just be like, do the first one, and then I know that the color is definitely going to be consistently, gradually changing throughout. And it will help a lot if I have like all 20 pieces in front of me, and I can just take a gander at everything and see the color changing, the cinematography, like the overall vibes being consistently maybe changing or representing certain ideas in a very consistent way. I think that would be what is required. We might bring it a little, definitely more than this. We're gonna need more like tighter shapes than this. But we can comp everything to this level first. Then we can do the color rough. Then we can start going into every single render. Like then that's just rendering. That's just pure mindless work, I guess. I mean, it wouldn't be mindless for the beginning part, but after a while, I imagine it would just be work. Yeah. Modding is spend more time modding than actually playing. I see. That I cannot relate, I think. I haven't really modded games before. That being said though, if I was the modder, I will also be playing a lot less because you will know all the ins and outs of it, right? Because I made the VR chat map, but I never really use it because I know everything there is to know in it. There's nothing interesting for me. And because I know that a lot of the things are just facades and this and that, I know inherently it's all fake and it's all empty shells. So yeah. Dang, dude. I think today is today is kind of insane. Let me change my let me change my stream title so that I remember that today is a little bit special. But I think we are making leaps into a lot of things, right? I'm finally tying down on what is the art, what is my art supposed to be. I don't want to commit too hard. Like I'll think about this too hard or something, right? But from how I'm reacting, I seem to really like this. At least it's meaningful. So there's like one data point in like trying to tell me where I should be heading towards. So that's really big in that sense. The planning and everything, this is like crazy experience and like ways to make things in meaningful. It's pretty good. We can start comping, I think. I think like if I see the scenes, it might also help with the sub-story idea. Yeah, and the comp would not be done chronologically. It would not be done in sequence. It will be done by order of basically the intensity of the emotion, I think. If I have like a scene later on that I can remember very clearly and stuff like that, then they should be done first because the ones that are more intense should be the anchor points of the journey because they are the most sort of accurate. And then we can fill in the blanks afterwards, including the sub-story and the other comps. I think that would make sense. We don't even have to do clothing design just yet because it doesn't have too much bearing. Or rather, like the scenes and the stories within would also maybe hint at some of the design. Maybe if they're interacting with clothes or they require interaction with clothes.
representation of certain anime expressions. I think that would be interesting. Yeah, how far are we blurring the line between stylization and realism here? That would be interesting to find out, I think. Yeah, that would take some work. Sorry, I'm actually literally seeing all the scenes playing out in my head. I'm seeing my characters and myself representation in all these scenes, and I'm getting a feel for yeah, what's gonna be in there. There's gonna be zoomed in shots, right? Of where it's like I think okay, so this is interesting, right? There are gonna be comps where you're really zoomed out and you're trying to demonstrate, like, show the entire environment. So, oh shit, oh my god, I'm never gonna hop off today at this rate. By the way, so composition ideas, right? You have environment focus, char focused, and these are very different, right? And also balanced, right? Balanced. And I think this is like a very crude way of sort of this is a very crude way of oh, sorry, Duvet. The thumbnail, I don't think I'll be going into specific doodling today because the scenes are actually strong enough that I'm not gonna lose it. And also, I'm not thinking of one scene. I'm thinking of all the scenes. I'm seeing the story play out in my head. So it will take forever to do 20 thumbnails, but what I'm realizing is that in looking at some of these scenes, like for example, there will be pieces where we're focused on trying to show set up the character, set up the scene, and set up and see where the characters are. But there are also ones where it's meant to be more what's the word? In the moment. Where no, that's not a good way to put it. I think an example would just be like having environment be the focus versus character be the focus. Maybe there will be a scene where I don't know if it'll be landscape that's good or if it's portrait that's good, but there's that one path where like there's foliage here and then it opens up and you see a building over here, right? And then the sun's hitting on one side and then there's like shadow on the other side. I forgot which way it was. But what if it's like this, but you can just see like Ria's head kind of running by, and it's going to be motion blur, right? We're gonna have motion blurring, and then we can have hair over here or something. And then we can have like my other character kind of chasing after her or something. And then maybe I'm just not in the scene, right? Maybe I'm just not in the scene in this one, for example. And then there can be character focused where it can be like maybe like Ria's kind of standing like actually the one that we have over here was pretty good. Like where it can be shit, no, it doesn't really work. It can be like a photo kind of vibe, you know, where it's like how do photos app work now? I don't know. I look like I never know. It's like this spot here. We can have like some of these where like the character, like she's just kind of standing. Maybe it's like the monster building thing scene. Maybe it'll be like this. Maybe there's a bit of fish eye because of the warping and all that. And then she'll be over here. You know, she's kind of like doing stupid shit. We can have scenes like this. Is it kind of character focus? I don't know which one it is, but like some stuff like this. Maybe there's even more character focused stuff. Like, for example, eating at McDonald's, 100% character focus. I don't think there's a lot of interesting thing to see in the McDonald's one. But the scene that I'm seeing is just people sitting at the desk, right? Over here. Maybe it'd be more zoomed in. Actually, probably be more zoomed in to this extent, probably. And then like maybe I'm trying to like defeat Ria or something. I don't know what I'm doing. And then my other characters are Fox, so they all have ears, so it's not very easy to read here. But I can still see the McDonald's in my head, by the way. The cashier and stuff is in the back. No wait, actually no, that's another McDonald's. That's actually a Burger King that I'm remembering. The one that's the McDonald's was pretty big. There were like kiosks somewhere here. Dang. I need a Hong Kong viewer to go to there and take some photos in the McDonald's because I don't think I'll ever find it online. But maybe I would, but... Yeah, maybe like McDonald's, you know. So depending on the comp, depending on the scene, and then we have stuff like this. Right, yeah, mind dump ideas and stuff like that, right, yeah. I know I won't forget for two reasons. Number one, the fact that I can remember a lot of things that I mentioned today to this level of clarity, despite it being like 2+ years ago, without having me having really thought about it throughout this entire period of time, is proof enough that it's pretty strong. And the second thing is based on past experience. A lot of these ideas in my head, they stay for a pretty long time, even if I never write them down. For the reason being that they just keep popping in my head over and over and over. And if they do get lost, that's also fine too, right? Because it just means that it's not good enough. So it doesn't have to be drawn, but of course having a reference, like I literally was talking about, right? Good thing I wrote down a lot of junk in the past that I can reference in the past. So either way is good for me. But yes, thank you guys. Also in this one here, it'll be like pretty dark here, you know. Like the characters would be, so this is so environment focused in the sense that like the characters themselves are gonna have very low value contrast. Like they're just barely noticeable and they're gonna be motion blurred. And at one glance, this is all you see. And then it will be this, yeah. Are you dropping off, Duvay? Have a good night, Duvay. Oh, this kind of sucks though. Yeah, this is why the comp is important, I think. Because once the comps come in, I have a vibe for the colors that I want to achieve. And some of these vibes are a lot more as like sort of like the colors are like it's like having an overlay layer on top, right? Ah shit, what is that account called? Oh my god. Ah man, I don't remember what the account is called. I can find it in my map. I can find it in some of the older reference boards. I can still see where it is, but I don't have it on hand right now. Yeah, but the comps need to come first. Then I can see the colors in each one. Then we slowly tie down the colors, and this along with some planning for the color gamut and color mood, it will be a little bit more in control throughout and consistent. Oh, it doesn't have to be that consistent, does it? Though the lighting doesn't. The lighting needs to be consistent. The time of day needs to be consistent. But the mood doesn't have to be consistent because the mood can change depending on from each piece to each piece. It can be depicting different ideas and different themes in each one too. So the color doesn't necessarily have to be consistent throughout. And in fact, it would be too boring, right? If it is. Yeah, maybe that's the important thing. Okay. I'm slowly getting tired now, so that's probably a good sign. I don't like a lot of these things when I start planning. I don't want to stop it by myself. I need it to just run out of steam because it's very rare that these things happen, and it's always best to get everything out at once because you're like of one mind, right? Like you're consistent at least in that moment. Maybe it's more narrow-minded. Maybe you're stuck in this bubble or something, but at least within this single session, it is consistent. And we go as far as we can. This way, everything's out on paper. Next time I just come back, I go through the same thought process and I see if it's consistent with what it was before. And if there are differences, we can address it then. And I can sleep on this as well. But more importantly, I think it's just bad juju to stop a thought process like this when it's going so well. But right now, I'm getting tired, and as I'm just sitting here, like I'm not actually trying too hard to think. A lot of these things just keep coming up. But now I'm sitting here and it's kind of running out of juice, so I think that's basically everything there is to think about. The next step is really just comping. We're gonna need a lot of references for each comp though. Yeah, we're gonna need to comp, and then we're going to need to paint colors. Put them all on one board, and then look at them and look for consistency. And then yeah, try to inject some elements there, changing some comps, some minor changes here and there. And then it's just executing the render itself. And oh yeah, the big benefit of doing all this is right now we're doing comp first into color rough first for everything because of requirement, right? To stay consistent. But then when it comes to rendering, everything is already solved. It's just going through the manual work. But because we are rendering everything at once, without having to inject in comping and other steps in between, it means that we're going to go through this process, that process of rendering, so many times, back to back to back to back. We're going to get so good by the end of this if we can pull through. At least consistent. Consistent being the key, I guess. But yeah, I'm quite excited right now. Let's see how long this lasts. I know we're gonna have a lot of ups and downs in the coming months at this rate for sure. My god. But yeah, that's great. I think this is it for now. I did basically 0 drawing today. We did some thumbnailing, which I do quite like actually. But regardless, let's see how this turned out. But that's it for me for today. Thank you guys for coming and listening to me basically talk for the past 3 hours, 3.5 hours, I think. But yes, have a good night, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow, or just like we'll start comping tomorrow. Yeah, you cut the important part, the virus. This is the very important part. The stuff that you miss is just the actual pathing that I took, which I already did it again anyway. So you basically missed nothing today. You don't have to go back and check. That I have confidence. But yeah, I mean, like, come on, like, look at those stylization. They don't look very good. Anyways, have a good night, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.